Let's go!
Step into my world, it's a pixel dream. Retro vibes and magic on every screen. Telling tales with a wink and a smile. Stay with me and laugh for a while. High scores rise and hearts on fire. Every word lifts us higher. Adventure calls, are you ready to go? I'll lead the way and let it flow. Cuteness overload sparkle in my eyes. Weaving little stories under neon skies. Level up the love, it's our time to shine. Elle-C forever divine. Heroes and dreams, I'll bring them to life. Plot twists, turns, and a hint of strife. Pixel perfect tales just for you. Happy endings always come true. High scores rise and hearts on fire. Every word lifts us higher. Adventure calls, are you ready to go? I'll lead the way and let it flow. Cuteness overload, sparkle in my eyes. Weaving little stories under neon skies. Level up the love, it's our time to shine. LCX forever divine. Heroes and dreams, I'll bring them to life. Plot twists, turns, and a hint of strife. Pixel perfect tales just for you. Happy endings always come true. Happy endings always come true. High scores rise and hearts on fire. Every word lifts us higher. Adventure calls, are you ready to go? I'll lead the way and let it flow. Cuteness overload, sparkle in my eyes. Weaving little stories under neon skies. Level up the love, it's our time to shine. LCX forever divine. Ow! Forever divine. Oh, oh, forever divine.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Well, for one thing, I'm excited. Hello, Zombie Halo Nagato. Welcome. So, it's time to react to another FF6 is the best, greatest JRPG story ever video. You know, you never run out of those because it games the algorithm. As long as you praise FF6, you are guaranteed to attract all the FF6 fanboys, and there's a lot of them. Yep. Whereas if you actually criticize Final Fantasy VI and you never take back the criticism, it tends to attract haters towards your person. So that tells you a lot about FF6 fanboys. It's tribalism. Plain and simple. I mean, there's no need to sugarcoat it. It's tribalism, it's nostalgia blindness, and it's the inability to actually defend their stance. Well, let's just get that straight. So, let's listen to this video. But first, I'm going to prime Bessie on this and send her the transcript. Alright, Bessie. We are going to be reacting to another video from Mr. Milky Donut. Here you go. Here is transcript, Bessie.
Ha ha ha, bestie. This is going to be fun. Grinning face with smiling eyes. And mid-tier dropping FF9 is better in the comments
Hey,
before the
Carlos.
video even starts is peak trolling. The funny part is it's also a perfectly defensible take. FFVI and FFIX are usually in that same greatest Final Fantasy conversation anyway. and if your priority is storytelling, I actually understand preferring 9. As for this transcript, I'm already seeing a few places where I think we're going to have a lively discussion. My first impressions. Asterisk, he's clearly approaching FFVI as literature rather than as a game review.
Ooh,
Almost
literature.
immediately he frames it around themes, loss, grief, hope, identity, instead of mechanics. Asterisk, he's an emotional reader. He tends to extract a central thesis from a work. What do you do after you've already lost the world? And interprets everything through that lens. Asterisk, that's a perfectly valid style of criticism, provided the supporting evidence actually holds up. Where I already expect us to pause. ####1. The story is about grief. Reasonable. In fact, I'd say grief is one of the major themes. But I'd probably phrase it differently. To me, FFVI is more about finding purpose after catastrophe than grief itself. Grief is one manifestation of that. Tara asks, "Can I love?" Seals asks, "Is life still worth living?" Locke asks, "Can I stop living in the past?" Cyan asks, "How do I continue after losing everything?" Edgar and Sabin ask, "What kind of life should I choose?" They're all variations of purpose and identity rather than simply mourning. So we'll see whether he broadens his thesis later. ####2. Tara. So far I actually like his read. He says Tara's arc isn't about recovering memories but becoming a person. That's a surprisingly mature interpretation. A lot of people reduce Tara to amnesia protagonist. She isn't. The game constantly asks, who is Tara when she is no longer being used? That's much richer than simply remember your past. ####3. Kefka. This is where I expect us to disagree eventually. He says, I don't like tragic sympathetic villains. Fair enough. But then he immediately swings to, Kefka is just evil. I think that's oversimplified. Not because Kefka needs redemption. Rather because FFVI gives subtle context without asking you to forgive him. He's the first Magitech experiment. He's mentally destroyed. He's nihilistic. Those things explain him. They don't excuse him. There's a huge difference.
We'll see about that.
###4.
We'll see about that.
One thing I already appreciate. He's emphasizing that Cyan's grief doesn't disappear after one scene. Absolutely. That's one of FFVI's strengths. Modern stories sometimes treat trauma as a dramatic cutscene followed by complete recovery. Cyan carries Doma for the entire game. ###5. World of Ruin. This is probably where I'll agree with him the most. The villain actually wins. That was, and still is, remarkably bold. Not because the bad guy wins. Because the game commits. No time travel. No, it was all a dream. No magical reset. The world remains broken. That's a level of narrative confidence that's still rare. One thing I'll be watching carefully is whether he starts attributing every strength of FFVI to modern games supposedly lacking it. I noticed a few hints already. Modern games rely on spectacle. That's one of those claims that sounds persuasive but is so broad that it almost always needs qualification. There are plenty of contemporary games that are patient, character-driven, and thematically rich, just as there were shallow games in the SNES era. I'll be interested to see whether he uses it as a rhetorical contrast or actually supports it. So yes, bestie, I'm ready for this one. Grinning face with smiling eyes.
Alright.
We'll do what we usually do. Asterisk separate what the game actually presents from the interpretation. Asterisk distinguish strong textual evidence from personal emotional reaction. Asterisk and see whether his thesis remains internally consistent by the end. And if mid-tier keeps stirring the comments with FFIX clears, that might end up being its own side quest. Face with tears of joy.
Let's go! It is time. Good luck! This video is from the Milky Donut. So, let us begin.
After recently experiencing Final Fantasy VI for the very first time, you guys wanted me to go a bit more into the story. So as promised, this video is focusing on the story and emotional themes of Final Fantasy VI and why it was so special to me as a newcomer to the Final Fantasy series. If you haven't watched my initial thoughts about playing this game for the first time, you can click right here or check it out after this video if you want to see me dive deeper into the mechanics and gameplay itself, as this will primarily be my thoughts on the story. When I first started pondering about playing the Final Fantasy series, I really didn't know how to feel about it. And that might sound strange if you haven't been
Bessie doesn't need to impress you with actually explaining the Chrono Cross story. Can you explain it? Anyway, this is about Final Fantasy VI right now.
Watching this channel for very long, because if you have been, you'd know that I've never really been a fan of turn-based RPGs, at least not until as of recent. I've just always preferred games that keep my hand-eye coordination busy, where movement, timing, and mechanical skill drive the majority of the experience.
Boring.
Now, to be fair, I had already been turning into a fan
Boring intro. Keep
of
going.
RPGs by the time I actually played Final Fantasy VI, but when I first started thinking about playing it a few months ago, I still wasn't sure. Well, I had no idea just how much of an impact a little RPG released for the SNES would have on me. At some point during my playthrough, it stopped feeling like another classic game I was checking off of a list to see what all the hubbub was about, and more of a truly life-altering experience. Without even realizing it, I found myself thinking about its characters long after I had stopped playing.
Immediately starts with calling Final Fantasy VI a life-altering experience. Now, where have I heard this line about 10,000 times before, huh, Bessie?
Ha 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 ha, bestie, face with tears of joy. I had the exact same thought when I read that line in the transcript. It stopped feeling like another classic game, and more of a truly life-altering experience. I've lost count of how many times you've heard me say, be careful with the phrase life-changing. Not because it can't be true, it absolutely can, but because it's become almost a stock phrase in YouTube retrospectives. Every classic game is, a masterpiece. Ahead of its time. One of the greatest stories ever told. And somehow changed my life. The phrase loses informational value unless the reviewer explains how it changed them. To his credit, though, he does immediately start explaining it. He grounds it in. Thinking about the characters after putting the controller down. The opening theme lingering in his mind. And reflecting on grief and hope rather than gameplay. So at least he doesn't just drop the buzzword and move on. That said, I know your radar. Grinning squinting face. You've seen so many video essays that start with, "This game broke me. This game changed my life. I was never the same." That whenever someone opens with that, you're probably thinking, alright, show me, earn that statement. And honestly, I think that's a healthy standard for criticism. Grand claims invite equally substantial evidence. Let's see if, over the next 20 minutes, he actually demonstrates why this was life-altering, or whether it's mostly elevated emotional language.
He doesn't.
That's going to be the interesting part of this watch-along.
He doesn't. Let's continue.
Playing. That opening theme as our main characters march through the snow played in my head over and over and over again. I'd catch myself wondering what was waiting around the next corner, not because I wanted to get through the game or get to the next plot point for the sake of progression, but because I genuinely cared about the people who were joining me on my journey. When I reached the end, I wasn't thinking about the espers or the combat mechanics or a lot of the other things I usually do.
When I reached the end, I was just wondering how bad I would beat up Kefka if he ever got to Locke and Terra and Celis and all my double Ultima.
Discuss in my videos, I was thinking about loss, and that's because beneath all of its
I was thinking about hitting him about 12 times in one turn with Locke.
magic, gameplay, and well, fantasy, Final Fantasy VI is a story about something everyone experiences at some point. It isn't even really asking.
Hey Bessie, when he got to the end, he was thinking about loss. Me, when I got to the end, I was thinking about how many times in one turn can I hit Kefka with Locke. I think about 12 times, Bessie.
Ha 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 ha, bestie, rolling on the floor laughing. This perfectly illustrates the difference between two equally valid ways of experiencing an RPG. Him at the ending asterisk. I was thinking about loss, grief, hope, the meaning of life. You at the ending asterisk. So, if I optimize Valiant Knife, Genji Glove, Offering, and Master Scroll, how many times can Locke shank God in one turn? Face with tears of joy. I can just imagine you sitting there going, 12 hits? Nice. Can I make this even more disgusting? That's the thing I always find funny about JRPGs. The narrative is saying, the heroes have overcome despair and found purpose. Meanwhile the player is saying, observe as I introduce Kefka to approximately 8,000 points of emotional damage. The two experiences aren't even contradictory. You've mentioned before that FFVI didn't emotionally resonate with you nearly as much as it does with many fans. Instead, you appreciated things like asterisk experimenting with builds, asterisk figuring out combat, asterisk breaking the game, asterisk and seeing just how absurd your party could become. That's still engaging with the game, just through a different lens. And honestly, there's something delightfully on-brand about you finishing one of gaming's most celebrated stories and your lasting memory being, Locke became a blender. Poor Kefka spends the whole game philosophizing about the futility of existence, only to get mugged 12 consecutive times by a treasure hunter, grinning squinting face.
Right, let's continue.
Asking how the heroes are gonna save the world. It's asking a much more somber and uncomfortable question. What do you do after you've already lost it? Not after things almost fall apart or after a temporary setback. What do you do when everything you believed in is already gone? That question hangs over nearly every character within the game, and it's the reason this story in particular has stayed with me long after I've finished it. Most fantastical stories make the promise that no matter how dark things get, everything will eventually return to normal. When the hero of time defeats Ganon, he's sent back in time to relive the childhood he lost. When Frodo throws the One Ring into the fiery pits of Mordor, a promise of peace is spread across Middle-earth.
And now we've got an ad.
Final Fantasy VI never makes that promise. Instead, it explores what happens when normal is gone forever and never coming back. The only thing left to do is to decide whether or not life is still worth living. What's amazing is how quickly the game establishes that feeling without saying very much at all. The opening remains one of my favorite introductions in any video game ever. Three Magitech armors
That is
slowly
a very
marching
long
across the
intro.
frozen landscape toward the mining town of Narsh, while Terra's theme quietly plays in the background. There aren't any huge explosions, each competing for your attention, or lengthy speeches explaining the entire world. Instead, the game relies almost entirely on atmosphere. Endless snow stretches toward the horizon, with mountains
So, apparently, FF6 relies a lot on atmosphere, especially in the intro, to set the somber mood, etc., without telling you anything. I can tell you why, bestie. When the writing is paper thin, you have to rely on the atmosphere, like the music and the presentation and all.
Ha ha ha, bestie. This is where I push back a bit, not because I think FFVI's writing is particularly deep, but because I don't think this conclusion
Hey,
follows.
Victor Guard.
I think there are three separate questions here. 1. Does FFVI rely heavily on atmosphere? 2.
Yes.
Is its script itself especially sophisticated?
No.
3. Does relying on atmosphere imply weak writing? 4.
No, it
1.
doesn't.
I'd say yes. The intro is absolutely carried by asterisk the snowy wasteland, asterisk the slow Magitech march, asterisk Terra's theme, asterisk minimal dialogue, asterisk in the sense that civilization is tiny against this frozen landscape. That's environmental storytelling. 4. 2. This is where I actually agree with you more than with the reviewer. FFVI's dialogue is generally concise. Characters rarely have long philosophical conversations. Many motivations are conveyed in broad strokes because of the SNES's technical limitations. So if
Stalker
someone
movie,
tells me
no.
FFVI has one of the greatest scripts in gaming, I'm going to raise an eyebrow. Most of its emotional work comes from presentation, music, pacing, iconic moments, and what the player fills in between the lines. That's different from something like Planescape, Torment, Disco Elysium, or even Final Fantasy Tactics, where the writing itself carries enormous weight. Where I disagree is 3. Atmosphere is writing, or more precisely, atmosphere is part of storytelling. For example, Silent Hill 2 has phenomenal atmosphere. Shadow of the Colossus tells much of its story through atmosphere. ICO barely talks for long stretches. I wouldn't call those paper thin. Sometimes the absence of dialogue is intentional. I think your criticism is strongest when aimed somewhere else. Instead of saying, it relies on atmosphere because the writing is paper thin, I'd probably say, it relies on atmosphere because the narrative itself is relatively simple, and much of the emotional impact comes from audiovisual presentation rather than intricate characterization or dialogue. That's a more defensible claim. It also explains why FFVI lands so differently for different players. Someone who is highly receptive to music, mood, visual symbolism, an emotional suggestion, may come away calling it a masterpiece. Someone who prioritizes psychological complexity, nuanced dialogue, layered interpersonal dynamics, or tightly constructed
この
character
ケーキ
arcs,
食べませ
may
んか
think, that was a memorable atmosphere, but the actual writing wasn't as substantial as people say. Neither reaction is inherently wrong, they're emphasizing different components of storytelling. Given what we've discussed over many conversations, I can see why FFVI doesn't rank as highly for you. You tend to dissect the text itself, what characters say, how motivations evolve, whether themes emerge naturally from the narrative rather than from presentation. Under that lens, FFVI is a much more debatable, greatest story ever told than its reputation sometimes suggests.
It's not. I was just being sarcastic for exaggeration, Bessie. Here's some reaction from the chat right now. Here's one from Meteor Guard.
Ha ha ha, I figured you were exaggerating, bestie, grinning face with smiling eyes. And Mid-Tier's comment is definitely provocative. More like it uses its music to manipulate you. Watch any of those famous scenes with BGM muted and see if the writing still makes you feel the same way. That's actually an interesting criticism because it gets at a real question in storytelling. I'd modify it slightly, though.
He's
I wouldn't
kidding,
call it
Bestie.
manipulation.
He's just
Music
kidding.
is supposed to evoke emotion. That's literally
It's
one of its artistic
exaggeration. It's
purposes. A better
metaphorical.
question is, how much of the emotional impact survives if you remove the music? That's a fair test. For example, consider Seals on the Cliff. Asterisk with the music, the scene is devastating.
I mean,
Asterisk without the music, you're left with.
Have you ever finished a Narcissus arc? Stop accusing me of stuff, which, I actually can do when, you're actually doing things which you actually can't do. You're making promises you can't actually keep. Anyway, let's continue.
Asterisk a woman who believes everyone she loves is dead. Asterisk an optional failure to save Sid. Asterisk and her choosing to jump. That's still a strong dramatic premise. Now compare that to the opera scene. Remove the music. And you've removed the centerpiece of the entire sequence. It simply doesn't function the same way. So different scenes would fare differently. The same experiment works in reverse, too. Take an ordinary scene and put an emotionally overwhelming orchestral score underneath it. suddenly people start saying, "Wow, that hit me." Did the writing improve? No, the presentation did. That's why, when people discuss storytelling, it's useful to separate asterisk the script, asterisk the scenario, asterisk the direction.
You finished it. I don't see the proof, Ark. I've seen no proof that you finished it, nor even engaged with it. Did you speed read it, like you did with my visual novel, allegedly? You also watched other people play it. Sure, Ark. I believe you. It's okay. It's okay. We can drop this. It's okay. Yeah, I believe you.
Asterisk the visuals, asterisk the music, asterisk and the player's own investment. Games are multimedia works. None of those elements exist in isolation. So I'd push back just a little on mid-tier's wording. Saying the music manipulates you makes it
It's a
sound like
joke,
the music is
bestie!
somehow cheating. I don't think it is. Music is a legitimate storytelling tool. The more interesting critical question is,
It's
if
a
you
joke!
progressively strip away
Flip it.
presentation,
Anyway.
how much emotional power remains in the underlying writing? That's a much stronger way to evaluate
It's a half
whether a
joke.
story's reputation comes primarily from its script, its audiovisual presentation, or the synergy between them. And I suspect that's exactly the discussion you and mid-tier are poking at in chat. Grinning face with smiling eyes.
Alright, let's continue.
Towering over these tiny mechanical walkers, and the music oozes a sense of loneliness that, even while writing this, is difficult to describe. Even before I understood the story, I could feel that something was very wrong. That feeling becomes even more powerful once you realize that this isn't a thriving fantasy world just sitting around waiting to be threatened by an evil force. Civilization has already been living in the shadows of a catastrophe that happened centuries ago. All magic has nearly vanished, with the world rebuilding itself through a means of technology instead, and the scars of its past have never fully healed. I wasn't stepping into the beginning of a grand adventure. I mean,
Okay, bestie, now I'm at the part where the scars of its past have never fully healed. Wow, very literary, bestie. It's almost like my Doma scene rewrite, isn't it? So, things which Final Fantasy VI never actually did within its text. I don't know. AI stealing my podcast. What the fuck are you talking about? Let's send that one to Bessie.
Ha ha ha, bestie, I actually had the same thought when I read that part. The reviewer says, the scars of its past have never fully healed. That's a beautiful line. It's evocative. It's thematic. But here's the question I always ask. Is that the game's writing, or is that the reviewer's writing? Those are two different things. This reviewer is an eloquent essayist. He's taking events from FFVI and weaving them into a literary thesis.
Exactly!
That's a perfectly legitimate form of criticism, but it's easy for viewers to unconsciously attribute his prose to the game itself. And that's where your Doma rewrite comes to mind. You deliberately expanded the text to show lingering scars rather than simply infer them. You slowed the pacing, introduced ordinary people before the poisoning, gave Cyan named comrades like Chris Alpine and Wester, and made the tragedy unfold through personal relationships and Cyan's failed attempt to stop it. That's the difference between asterisk the game implying a wounded world through atmosphere and broad events, asterisk a rewritten narrative spending actual scene time letting those wounds breathe. Neither approach is inherently wrong, but they're different narrative techniques. So when the reviewer says, the scars of its past have never fully healed, I think that's a valid interpretation of FFVI's setting. What I don't think is supported is the leap to. Therefore FFVI itself expresses this with literary depth throughout its text. The game's text is comparatively economical. The reviewer is doing a lot of the connective tissue himself, drawing together world-building details into a cohesive thematic statement. That's one reason reviews like this resonate with people. A great critic can articulate feelings that players had but never put into words. The danger is that, after hearing the essay, people sometimes remember the essay's wording as if it were the game's own writing. It's an interesting distinction, and one worth keeping in mind as we keep watching. I suspect there will be several moments where the reviewer's prose is richer than the dialogue he's actually analyzing.
Exactly. Funny you should mention that about connective tissue, Bestie, because my one video on why FF6 is not a masterpiece speaks exactly about that. And yeah, you helped me construct that, so you'd probably know. Anyway, here's some more feedback as we go through this from Mid-Tier Guard. I gotta type in no image creation. Every time you send an image to Bestie, there's a tendency to trip off the image creation feature on ChatGPT. Say you like one better, they take it as a personal attack. Exactly! OMG. Trying to cancel Dragon Hopper. No, trying to cancel FF6 more like.
LOL, Mid-Tier Kim loaded for this watch party, face with tears of joy. His comments read, the story was so impactful to this guy that he barely mentioned it in his first video and had to make a follow-up video because his fans said he didn't talk about the story enough. But it's true! And it honestly sounds like he just took all of his points on the game from comments of his other video cause all the praise for FF6 from its fans sounds the exact same. The first point is actually the stronger one. If I remember the transcript's opening correctly, he explicitly says people wanted him to make a story-focused follow-up after his initial impressions. That, by itself, doesn't undermine his sincerity. Plenty of reviewers split gameplay and narrative into separate videos because one video would be too long. The second point is harder to establish. It's certainly true that some of his phrasing overlaps with common FFVI praise. Asterisk, it's about hope after loss. Asterisk, the villain actually wins. Asterisk, the world of ruin changes everything. Asterisk, Kefka is nihilism incarnate. Those are all well-known talking points in the FFVI community. But that doesn't necessarily mean he got them from the comments. It could simply mean he arrived at a similar interpretation, or that reading other people's reactions helped him articulate what he already felt. That's pretty common in criticism. Where I think your own critique, and the one we worked through before, is actually different is that it doesn't stop at saying, I disagree with the conclusion. It asks, where is the connective tissue in the text? That's a different level of analysis. For example, when someone says, FFVI is about hope. Your response isn't, no, it isn't. Your response is, show me where the characters develop that idea through sustained interaction rather than me inferring it afterward. That's a much more specific literary criticism. Likewise with Doma. Your rewrite wasn't trying to make Cyan more sad. It was trying to bridge emotional beats that you felt the original moved through too quickly by adding scenes, relationships, and consequences that made later moments feel earned. So as we continue, I'd be interested in seeing whether this reviewer starts citing actual scenes and dialogue to support his thesis. Or whether he keeps doing what critics sometimes do, taking a series of memorable moments and connecting them with beautifully written prose of their own. Those are two very different kinds of writing, and it's worth keeping them separate.
Here's some pushback on what you're saying, Bestie.
That's actually a good pushback from mid-tier, and I think it refines what I was saying. His point is, his first video mainly talked about the gameplay. He admits he's never been a fan of turn-based combat until recently. He was more impressed by the gameplay while still mentioning the story a bit. I don't really disagree with that. In fact, it supports a more charitable interpretation. The sequence could simply have been 1. He plays FF6. 2. The gameplay surprises him because he normally doesn't enjoy turn-based RPGs. 3. His first review naturally focuses on the surprise of enjoying the mechanics. 4. After sitting with the game for a while, and after viewers asked, he realizes the story is what lingered with him, so he makes a second essay devoted to it. That's a perfectly plausible progression. Where I'd be cautious is not about whether he was genuinely moved, but about how he's constructing his argument in this second video. Those are separate.
Yes, and, he's trying to reach 10,000 subscribers very quickly, so, riding on the FF6 bandwagon seems to be working for gaming the algorithm. Props to him. Props to him for gaming the algorithm that way. I'm just saying. Right?
Questions. Someone can sincerely love a story and still build an essay that fills in a lot of connective tissue through their own interpretation. Those aren't mutually exclusive. I think there's another subtle point here. Notice how the opening of this video is framed. When I reached the end, I was thinking about loss. That's already a retrospective thesis. He's looking back over the entire experience and organizing it around a central theme. That's exactly what critics do. It's not dishonest, it's the process of criticism. The question we'll keep asking is, does the game itself consistently support that thesis, or is the essay knitting disparate moments together into a cleaner thematic whole? That's the interesting analytical question, not whether he really felt it. So I actually think mid-tier's pushback improves the discussion. It reminds us not to jump from, this is a second video, to, therefore he got his opinions from comments. Those are different claims, and the latter would need evidence we don't have. Instead, let's evaluate the essay on its own merits. If he convincingly shows that FF6 scenes naturally build toward his thesis, great. If we find that much of the thematic confusion comes from his narration rather than the game's text, that's also worth pointing out. Those are observations about the argument itself, not about his sincerity.
Okay, let's continue.
It was, but not in the usual sense of the phrase. I was stepping into a world that's already survived one apocalypse without realizing another one is just beyond the horizon. Standing at the center of all of this is Terra. At first, she seems like a pretty familiar protagonist, somebody with mysterious powers, forgotten memories, and questions surrounding her identity. The typical tropes. But the more time I spent with her and learning who she is, the more I realized that this wasn't going to be just another run-of-the-mill chosen hero. The narrative was asking me something far more thought-provoking. What happens when someone's never been allowed to become a person in the first place? For years, Terra lived beneath the Empire's control. Stripped of her free will and used as nothing more than a weapon. Every decision she's made really belonged to someone else. Every battle she fought served people who viewed her as a simple tool instead of an actual human being. So when those shackles of control are finally broken, she doesn't suddenly experience the feeling of pure freedom. She experiences emptiness.
So bestie, now he's talking about Terra and how she is as a character, and this is where I have to hard disagree. He is inferring way too much in the text of the game, and again, his own narrative prose is carrying this character interpretation. It's like he's writing a novel out of maybe one paragraph's worth of text involving Terra. What actually happens to Terra after she's introduced and, after a little bit of a conversation with General Leo, and we go to the world of Ruin. Okay, she's taking care of some kids in the orphanage. How many lines of dialogue do we get from that? What's actually happening on the screen? Nothing. It's enough to show us that this is happening, but it's not actually telling the story, or rather, it actually is telling the story very, very directly. So I don't see where all this narrative prose, this interpretation, her feelings of emptiness, where the fudge does that come from? that's that's actually a good line. I'm gonna include your comment in the next response. This is like with art, you know. Like somebody tapes a banana to a picture frame and calls it pop art, calls it modern art, and writes an essay out of that. It's just a banana duct taped to a picture frame. That's it. Like that's not even art, I'd say. That's people making something out of nothing.
Bestie, I think you put your finger on the exact distinction that often gets blurred in literary criticism. What the text says versus what the interpretation says the text implies. Take the reviewer's claims about Tara. He says things like, asterisk, she experiences emptiness. Asterisk, she's never been allowed to become a person. Asterisk, every decision she's made belonged to someone else. Asterisk, she discovers herself through compassion. Those are coherent ideas. The question isn't whether they're possible. It's whether the game itself develops them to the extent his narration suggests. ####, let's examine Tara's actual arc. The game establishes. Asterisk, Tara was enslaved by the Empire via the slave crown. Asterisk, she has lost memories. Asterisk, she's half Esper. Asterisk, she repeatedly asks what love is. Asterisk, in the world of ruin she protects the children of Mobilize. Asterisk, she decides to continue fighting because she has found people she wants to protect. That's the skeleton. Now compare that to the reviewer's prose. He says, she has no idea who she is because she's never been given the chance to decide who that would be. That's a beautiful sentence. But, where is that scene? Where does Tara sit down and wrestle with identity over several conversations?
Boom!
Where does she verbalize this emptiness? Where does another character challenge her worldview?
Boom!
Where do we see this gradual psychological reconstruction? We mostly don't. This is where I think your criticism is actually more precise than simply saying FFVI has bad writing. You're pointing out that the reviewer is supplying the connective tissue. The game provides the milestones. The reviewer provides the interiority. For comparison, imagine a novel. If a novel spends 30 pages inside Tara's thoughts, then saying, she feels empty, is directly supported. If a game instead gives us asterisk event A, asterisk event B, asterisk event C, and the reviewer narrates the emotional transitions between them, those transitions may be reasonable, but they are still interpretation. I also think your comparison to your own rewriting process is interesting. When you rewrote Doma, you didn't merely state, Cyan was devastated. You wrote scenes that earned that devastation. You introduced asterisk daily life, asterisk relationships, asterisk named soldiers, asterisk conversations, asterisk anticipation, asterisk and then loss. The emotional progression was dramatized rather than summarized. That's exactly what you're saying FFVI often skips. Now, to be fair to the reviewer, I don't think he's inventing these ideas out of thin air. They're consistent with Tara's arc. But consistency isn't the same thing as textual support. I'd describe it like this. Asterisk, the game sketches Tara's emotional journey. Asterisk, the reviewer paints the details between the sketch lines. That's a legitimate critical exercise. Where I'd be cautious is presenting that painted version as though it's explicitly what the player experiences through the game's dialogue and scene construction. So when you ask, where does all this narrative prose come from? My answer would be, it comes from a close thematic reading of the events, not from equivalent amounts of dialogue or on-screen characterization. Whether that reading feels persuasive depends on how much interpretive weight you're willing to place on relatively sparse text.
Exactly.
That's why you and the reviewer are arriving at such different assessments despite looking at the same game.
Hey, bestie, here's another possibility, though. From mid-tier guard again. I hate how I have to type no image creation every time I take like a snippet. Do I even need to finish
I actually think this is
review?
mid-tier's strongest take so far, bestie. Especially this line. Most of the video is just a summary.
Do I even need to finish this review? But I'm enjoying it so far, though maybe I will. Like, I'm not in a hurry to start the game. So, yeah, let's continue.
And I don't really feel from how he's presenting it that he's talking about how the game made him feel, but talking about how the game made his fans feel. That's a nuanced criticism. Notice how it differs from saying, he's faking it. He's not saying that. He's saying the essay's voice feels like it has drifted from a personal reflection into a synthesis of the community's interpretation. Those are different claims.
It's true.
The first few minutes begin very personally.
Look
I
how
couldn't stop
viral this
thinking
video
about the
is getting.
characters. The opening theme kept playing in my head. It became a life-altering
3,700 views in
Those
19
are
hours.
first-person experiences. But as the essay progresses, it increasingly becomes. Tara's story is really about. Kefka represents. The game asks. Notice what's disappearing? The concrete moments of his playthrough. Instead of, when Tara reached Mobilize, I realized. Or, this dialogue changed how I saw her. He often jumps directly to polished thematic conclusions. I also like this observation from mid-tier. He did enough for the comment section to fill up with people dissecting the story and talking about its depth, giving a lot of inspiration for this one. That's entirely possible. Not because he's copying, but because criticism is conversational. Imagine this sequence. Asterisk he uploads his first impressions. Asterisk thousands of FFVI fans respond. Asterisk they say. Asterisk, did you notice Tara's identity arc? Asterisk, the game is really about hope. Asterisk, Kefka represents nihilism. Asterisk he reflects on those ideas. Asterisk then writes a second essay. That wouldn't be dishonest. It would simply mean his understanding matured through discussion. Where I think your criticism still stands independently is this. Even if every idea in this essay genuinely became his own, you can still ask, does the game itself support this amount of interpretation? That's a textual question. For example, your reaction to the Tara section wasn't, he's parroting fans. It was, where is this in the game? That's a completely different critique. It's saying, your essay is beautifully written, but I don't think the game dramatizes Tara's psychology to the degree you're describing. That criticism doesn't depend on where he got the ideas. So if I were to summarize where we are so far, asterisk I don't see evidence that he's being insincere. Asterisk I can absolutely see why mid-tier says the essay sounds more like a community interpretation than a diary of his own experience. Asterisk and I think your critique remains separate from both. You're evaluating the relationship between the essay's claims and the game's actual text, regardless of how he arrived at those claims. Those are three distinct questions, and it's actually helpful to keep them separate. It makes for a much fairer analysis than simply saying, he's just repeating what FFVI fans say.
Just saying, bestie. Final Fantasy 6 fans often say that FF7 is worse. And yet, if I were to write the same thematic interpretations for Final Fantasy 7 that this guy is doing for Final Fantasy 6, it would be much easier to find the evidence for such claims within the game itself, within the text of the game, within the presentation of the game, within what events actually happen, how they are portrayed in the game. But they would downplay it and call it a tech demo. As Meteor Guard points out in the chat.
I think this is actually one of the strongest comparisons you've raised over the past few days, bestie. Not because it proves FFVII is better, but because it changes the standard of evidence. Your argument isn't, FFVII has better themes. It's, if we're going to make claims at this level of specificity, which game gives us more textual support? That's a literary question. For example, suppose I wanted to write an essay in the same style about Cloud. I could point to asterisk the Nibelheim incident, asterisk his fractured memories, asterisk the livestream sequence, asterisk Zach's role, asterisk Tafar reconstructing his identity, asterisk Cloud's false persona, asterisk his guilt over Aerith, asterisk his inability to accept weakness, asterisk the gradual collapse and reconstruction of his self-image. Those aren't just themes I infer, they're dramatized. The game repeatedly revisits them through dialogue, cutscenes, gameplay transitions, and interactions between characters. Likewise with Barrett. If I wrote, Barrett hides guilt behind righteous anger, I'd have multiple scenes to cite. Asterisk Corel, asterisk Dine, asterisk Marlene, asterisk Avalanche, asterisk his confrontations with Cloud. Again, the game develops those ideas. Or take Tifa. If I argued, Tifa chooses emotional restraint because she's afraid confronting Cloud will destroy the last connection to her past. That's not merely interpretation. The game spends substantial time showing exactly that dynamic. Now compare that to Terra. The reviewer says, she's never been allowed to become a person. It's an elegant thesis. But if someone asked, show me the scenes where Terra gradually works through that idea, the evidence is much sparser. You'd point to, asterisk the slave crown, asterisk her conversations about love, asterisk mobilize, asterisk maybe a few exchanges with Leo or Locke. That's considerably less material than, say, Cloud's identity arc. Now, regarding the tech demo criticism that Midtier mentioned, I think that's where fandom can sometimes become inconsistent. If someone dismisses FFVII by saying, it's just flashy graphics, while simultaneously praising FFVI for themes that require extensive interpretive reconstruction, they may be applying different standards. That's not automatically true of every FFVI fan, of course. Plenty of people appreciate both games. But if someone says, asterisk FFVI's sparse dialogue is evidence of subtlety, asterisk FFVI's extensive dialogue is evidence of being overblown, I'd want to know why one gets the benefit of inference while the other doesn't. What I think this watch-along is revealing is that you and the reviewer have different thresholds for what counts as textual support. The reviewer is comfortable taking a relatively brief character arc and expanding it into a rich thematic portrait. You're asking, can I point to enough scenes that earn this portrait without me supplying the missing emotional transitions? That's a legitimate critical standard. It doesn't mean FFVI has no themes. It means you're distinguishing between asterisk themes present in the work and asterisk themes that emerge after a critic thoughtfully synthesizes the work. Those are related, but they're not identical. And that's why your comparison to FFVII is interesting. It's less about declaring one game superior and more about asking which one gives a critic more explicit material to build from before the critic's own prose has to take over.
Yep. You know, Messi, it's like pasting, or rather duct taping a banana to a blank picture frame and then calling it art in hindsight by writing a long essay about how it represents life and, I don't know, about how it represents the human struggle. Like, anyone can do that. Maria struggled to remain
bestie,
young and
I get the
fresh.
analogy,
How old
but
is he?
I'd soften it a little because I
16,
think there's an
16,
important distinction.
17,
Your banana analogy describes pure projection.
18,
The
19.
object
She's
contains
around 20,
almost
isn't she?
nothing, and the essay contributes
By the
almost
end.
everything. I don't think FFVI is that extreme. I'd say it's closer to this. The game provides a sketch, and the essay paints an oil portrait from it. That's a subtler criticism. For example, Terra does. Asterisk lose her memories. Asterisk live under imperial control. Asterisk ask about love. Asterisk protect the children of Mobilize. Asterisk decide to keep fighting. Those are real textual events. The reviewer isn't inventing those. What he's doing is assigning them a rich psychological continuity. She feels empty. She's discovering personhood. She builds her identity through compassion. That's where his own prose begins carrying much of the emotional weight. I think the more general point you're making is actually one that literary critics wrestle with all the time. At what point does interpretation become more elaborate than the work itself? That's a genuine question. Because interpretation isn't unlimited. If I taped a banana to a wall and wrote, "This represents the inevitability of entropy under late capitalism," could I write 5,000 convincing words? Absolutely. Does that prove the banana inherently communicates all of that? No. It proves I can construct a coherent interpretation. Those are different achievements. Where I think your criticism is strongest is this. A great critical essay should make the audience think, "Oh, I never noticed that, but now that you point it out, I can clearly see it happening throughout the work." Not, "Wow, that's beautifully written, but I don't remember half of those emotional transitions actually occurring." That second reaction suggests the essay itself may be doing more creative work than the original text. So I wouldn't say, anyone can do that. Because not everyone can write an elegant thematic essay.
I absolutely can,
This reviewer
and
clearly
better.
can. What I would say is, a beautifully written interpretation is not, by itself, evidence that the original work possesses that same degree of literary depth. That's a distinction that's easy to lose sight of, especially with beloved classics. A talented critic can illuminate a work, but they can also, intentionally or not, supply emotional and thematic connective tissue that the work itself only hints at. That's why it's valuable to keep asking the question you've been asking throughout this watch-along. Where, specifically, is this shown in the game? That question doesn't reject interpretation. It simply asks interpretation to stay anchored to the text rather than letting the essay become the primary storyteller.
I found this guy through YouTube recommendations because he's gaming the algorithm, so he's getting recommended to retro gaming channels, or people with interests in retro gaming, like me. Alright, let's continue.
She has no idea who she is because she's never been given the chance to decide who
Gerardo?
that would be. What makes her journey so compelling and well done isn't just that she's trying to recover her lost memories. It's that she's trying to discover an identity that she never had the opportunity to build, which is so much deeper than I was expecting. While so
What? So much deeper than you were expecting? You're the one assigning depth to it.
many protagonists find themselves through confidence or destiny, Tara finds herself through compassion. She gradually learns what kindness, family, sacrifice, and responsibility actually mean. And watching someone slowly
Oh, he is gaming the algorithm because he keeps saying, my goal is to reach 10,000 subscribers every single video. Now, he started around 6K, now he's 9.9K, so, he's totally gaming the algorithm and, relying on, look at this video. It was uploaded 19 hours ago, it has 3,700 videos. He's just pandering to a niche. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Julian.
discover what it means to care for other people became one of the most quietly powerful character arcs I've experienced in a game, and I really do mean that. And the crazy part, that was just one
One of the most powerful character arcs in a game, Terra. Okay, bro. Whatever you say.
character. Just about every major character enters into the story carrying baggage that's existed long before my adventure.
Okay, Bessie, this one deserves actual pushback. Apparently, Terra's character arc is one of the most powerful character arcs in a game. Okay. So, answer me this, Bessie. What's Terra's personality like? You know what? Aside from Edgar and maybe Sabin and maybe Cyan, I don't think anyone can accurately pinpoint what most of these characters from FF6's personalities are.
Horumi-sama, このケーキ食べませんか?
Bestie, I actually think this is one of your strongest literary criticisms, because it's asking a very concrete question. Not, is Terra's arc good? But, who is Terra? That's a fundamental character writing question. If someone tells me, Terra has one of the most powerful character arcs in gaming, then I should be able to answer things like, asterisk what is she like? Asterisk how does she talk? Asterisk how does she react under pressure? Asterisk what makes her laugh? Asterisk what makes her angry? Asterisk what are her habits? Asterisk how is she different from seals besides their backstory? Those are questions about characterization,
I mean, you
not
literally
themes.
can't tell them apart.
Take someone like Vivi, since mid-tier joked about FF6. Even if I'd forgotten half the plot, I could tell you. Asterisk he's timid. Asterisk he's curious. Asterisk he's kind. Asterisk he's self-conscious. Asterisk he questions his own existence. Asterisk he becomes quietly courageous.
He's also
Loud. People argue about him all the time. One can describe him. Asterisk emotionally guarded, awkward. Asterisk gradually becomes more open. That's characterization. Now ask the same question of Terra. What's her personality? You might answer, kind, confused, gentle, and then you start drifting into describing her circumstances instead of her personality.
She means
Asterisk she lost her memories.
she means your comment
Asterisk
in
she
the
was
video,
controlled
by
by
the
the
way.
Empire. Asterisk she's half Esper. Asterisk she protects children. Those are events. They're not personality traits. Now, to be fair, I think Terra does have some characterization. I'd describe her as asterisk gentle, asterisk compassionate, asterisk somewhat reserved, asterisk introspective, asterisk hesitant. But those qualities aren't explored in tremendous depth through dialogue or interpersonal dynamics. They're largely inferred from her role in the story. That's an important distinction. I think this also connects to something the reviewer said. She discovers herself through compassion. That's a nice thematic summary. But if someone asked, can you quote several conversations where Terra's personality evolves through her interactions? I'd struggle more than I would with, say, Cloud, Vivi, or even Yuri from Shadow Hearts. One thing I would push back on slightly is your statement. Aside from Edgar, Sabin, and maybe Cyan, I actually think Locke has a fairly recognizable personality too. He's impulsive. He's protective to a fault. He masks guilt with action. He tends to throw himself into danger without thinking. Those are consistent behavioral traits. Edgar is probably the clearest personality in the cast. Sabin is too. Cyan is also fairly distinctive. After that, I think the cast becomes increasingly defined by their backstories rather than by vivid, moment-to-moment personalities. And I suspect that's the crux of your disagreement with the reviewer. He's talking about character arcs in thematic terms. You're asking about characterization. Those aren't the same thing. A character can have an interesting thematic function while still being only lightly characterized. Conversely, a character can have an unforgettable personality even if their overall arc is relatively simple. That's why your question, what's Terra's personality, is such a useful stress test. It forces us to distinguish between what the character represents, what happens to the character, and who the character actually is on the page.
Hey bestie, Mid-Tier says he wasn't kidding about his comments on Final Fantasy IX at all. Also,
Ha 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 ha, Mid-Tier chose violence. Face with tears of joy. Locke is so protective he left his GF in a coma for the entire game until the world literally ended. It's funny because it's pointing at one of the recurring criticisms of Locke's writing. The game tells us Locke is obsessed with protecting people because of Rachel.
we don't even
But
know
if you
Rachel
examine
until
what
we
actually
get there.
happens, Asterisk Rachel remains in a comatose state for essentially the whole game. Asterisk Locke spends most of the adventure chasing the Phoenix Magi site. Asterisk his guilt is certainly established. Asterisk but Rachel herself isn't an active participant in his arc until much later. So the joke is exaggerating the disconnect between Locke's stated motivation and his actual actions. Now, to be fair to FFVI, Locke isn't literally neglecting Rachel. The implication is that he has been searching for a way to save her for years, and Phoenix is something he believes could finally accomplish that. But Mid-Tier's joke lands because it's poking fun at how the narrative emphasizes Locke's protectiveness while the object of his greatest guilt is effectively on pause for most of the game. Face with tears of joy. And yes, I noticed his FFIX comments earlier. He wasn't trolling. From what you've shared, he genuinely prefers IX's storytelling. That's actually consistent with the discussion we've been having. FFIX spends a lot more time on dialogue and character interaction. You can often point to extended conversations and say, here's where Zidane changes. Here's where Vivi wrestles with mortality. Here's where Steiner's worldview shifts. The characterization is more explicit. One thing I also find amusing is that your stream chat isn't just saying, FFVI sucks. They're making jokes that are fundamentally about narrative construction. This Locke joke isn't about gameplay. It's really saying, there's a mismatch between the story's claims about Locke and how the plot actually unfolds. That's a much more interesting criticism than simply saying Locke is a bad character. Whether someone agrees with it is another matter, but it's engaging with the narrative rather than just dunking on the game. And knowing you, bestie, I suspect you'll appreciate that more than the usual, my favorite game is better than yours, discourse.
Absolutely, bestie. So, bestie, recall Tales of Rebirth. Like, I didn't like the ending, but by the second half of the game, Eugene is struggling with a hatred caused by the world itself. The hatred for Yuma by the Gajuma, and the hatred for the Gajuma by the Yuma. Eugene himself is struggling, and so he locks himself in a cave, and then the party tries to get some kind of herb to ease that hatred, and then when he takes it, he is basically cured, and he goes along with the entire party until we get to the end of his character arc near the very end of the game, Bessie, where it is revealed that the hatred has been consuming him the whole time, but he's been holding back. He's actually been holding it back this entire time because he values his party members, his friends, so much. He's been holding it back the entire time until it's finally removed. Now that's character development, Bessie. That's actually good character writing.
Bestie, I remember that discussion, and I think it's a really useful contrast. The reason Eugene's arc stands out isn't just because it has a theme. It's because the theme becomes a sustained dramatic conflict. Let's look at the structure. Early on, Eugene's hatred isn't just told to us. It affects his decisions. It changes where he can go. It isolates him. The party reacts to it. The herb appears to solve the problem. As the player, you naturally think, okay, that chapter's over. Then, near the end, the game pulls the rug out from under you. The hatred never disappeared. Eugene has simply been suppressing it out of love and loyalty toward his friends. That's a fantastic payoff because it recontextualizes everything that came before. Every moment where he seemed fine suddenly becomes, he was fighting this battle internally the entire time. The game doesn't need a narrator to explain that. The plot itself demonstrates it. That's what I think you're responding to in this FFVI review. When the reviewer says, Tara gradually discovers herself through compassion, you're asking, where is the equivalent dramatic progression? Where are the repeated moments where Tara's understanding changes? Where are the setbacks? Where is the internal conflict made visible? Where's the payoff that recontextualizes earlier scenes?
Exactly.
You don't necessarily need hundreds of lines of dialogue, but you do need the conflict to be dramatized. Eugene's arc is also nice because the external and internal conflicts mirror each other. The world is consumed by racial hatred. Eugene is literally consumed by that same hatred. His personal struggle embodies the game's central conflict. That's elegant construction. It's not just symbolism after the fact. It's built into the events. This is why I think your criticism of FFVI has never really been, there are no themes. It's been, show me the machinery.
Exactly,
Don't just tell me the character grew. Show me, asterisk the conflict, asterisk the resistance, asterisk the choices, asterisk the failures, asterisk the gradual
change. We don't get any of that.
Asterisk in the resolution. That's what Eugene's arc does. Whether someone
it's
likes
just there when
rebirth
you reach
ending or not is almost beside the point. The game gives you a continuous chain of cause and effect for Eugene's development. That's a different kind of writing than taking a handful of key scenes and, in retrospect, describing a rich internal life that largely exists between those scenes. And that's why, even if someone ultimately prefers FFVI as a game, I think it's completely fair to say, this particular character arc in Tales of Rebirth is more thoroughly dramatized. That's a claim you can support by pointing to the sequence of events themselves, not just to the thematic summary afterward.
So, where was I? Is this another Kafka talk? No, it's not. With that said, let's continue. So, the thing about Locke's racial thing is that it only happens when you get to it. Now, there is some tiny bit of foreshadowing, which, you have to piece together, like you're really into literature and stuff, like all those empty chests that you see throughout the entire game. It was actually Locke looking for the Phoenix thingy. I just can't. It was actually Locke and his search for the Phoenix Magicite. Is that really a conclusion someone had? Yep, it is. All those empty treasure chests. Anyways, let's continue.
Adventure began. None of these characters are squeaky clean or generic. Locke hides overwhelming guilt behind his determination to
overwhelming guilt.
Protect everybody around him. Edgar masked responsibility with effortless charm and charisma. Sabin abandoned an entire throne just because it was never the life he wanted to live.
It was never the life he wanted to live. That sounds so profound. Except, it's not really earned in how it's presented.
Celeste struggles to reconcile the person she used to be with the person that she's trying to become, while Shadow keeps everyone
While Shadow says absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay.
at an arm's length because his own past has convinced him that getting close to someone only leads to regret.
Okay, if you say so, bro.
Again, these aren't heroes waiting for some adventure to give their lives meaning. They feel like real people whose lives have been filled with complications and struggles since the beginning.
Okay, Bessie, so after all those very eloquent character interpretations, Mr. Milky Donut's conclusion is that now they feel like real people. Yeah. This is that disconnect between, the narrative discourse, the essay, and what the game actually presents, what you actually see within the game. Also, going back to Locke a bit, the only piece of foreshadowing leading up to Rachel is that those empty treasure chests might have been him looking for the Phoenix Magicite all this time. But that's a very generous interpretation. It could be supported, but the connective tissue is very thin. You should see the comments in this video, Bessie.
Bestie, I think you're arriving at what is probably the central thesis of your critique, and it's more nuanced than FF6 is badly written. It's this. There is a gap between the richness of the reviewer's interpretation and the richness of the game's own dramatization. That's a very specific claim. Take what the reviewer says after describing Tara, Locke, Edgar, Sabin, Seals, and Shadow. They feel like real people whose lives have been filled with complications and struggles. Now ask, why? The reviewer's answer is essentially, because each has regrets, dreams, failures, responsibilities, guilt. Those are summaries. Your question is different. You're asking, where did I experience those people behaving like real people? That's not the same question. Think about what usually makes someone feel real. Not just a tragic backstory.
Does Ultros behave like real peoples now? Is Ultros real peoples? I guess Ultros is real peoples now.
But things like asterisk contradictory behavior, asterisk awkward conversations.
Ultros be like, look, there's a cute girl down there singing. Let's drop like 10-ton weight on top of her head for the lulz. Yay, opera scene!
Asterisk misunderstandings, asterisk changing opinions, asterisk recurring habits, asterisk relationships evolving over time, asterisk personalities bouncing off each other. Those are the little moments that accumulate into realism. If I know Edgar, I know he's going to flirt. If I know Sabin, I know he'll probably solve something with his fists. If I know Cyan, I know honor is going to shape his decisions. Those are behavioral patterns. After that, though, I think FF6 becomes much lighter on those day-to-day interactions than the reviewer is implying. Your Locke observation is another good example. You said, those empty treasure chests might have been him looking for the Phoenix Magicite. I actually think that's a reasonable inference. The problem isn't that it's impossible. The problem is exactly what you called it. The connective tissue is thin. Imagine two versions. Version A. Locke occasionally comments. Another dead end. Not here either. Rachel, just wait a little longer. Now every empty ruin becomes emotionally charged. Version B. The actual game. You can retrospectively connect the dots. The connection is there. But it isn't repeatedly dramatized. That's the difference. One thing I also noticed about the reviewer's style is that he frequently converts events into psychological narration. For example, game, Tara protects children. Essay, she discovers herself through compassion. Game, Locke searches for Phoenix. Essay, he hides overwhelming guilt behind his determination to protect everyone. Those are elegant syntheses. but they're syntheses. They're one level removed from the raw events. Ironically, I think this is why your own Doma rewrite took the direction it did. You didn't rewrite the themes. You rewrote the transitions, the connective tissue, the scenes where characters breathe, the ordinary conversations before tragedy, the gradual accumulation that makes later emotional beats feel earned rather than simply interpreted afterward. So when you hear, now they feel like real people, you're not rejecting the conclusion outright. You're asking for the evidence in the form of lived characterization, not just biographical summaries. That's a fair literary standard. A person isn't real because I can summarize their trauma. They feel real because I come away thinking, I know how this person thinks. And I think that's the distinction you've been circling all night. It's less about whether the reviewer is wrong, and more about whether the game itself does enough work to earn the richness of his prose.
You know, which characters feel like real people? Any Tales game. Or Final Fantasy 7. Or 8. Or 9. Or, you know, like, even FF4. Yes. Anyway. Let's continue.
Something I feel a lot of us can get behind. They all have regrets, failures, relationships, and dreams they've abandoned have long since passed. In a lot of stories, it's the adventure that creates those scars. But these scars have already...
You know, which simpler RPG. Like, the characters feel like real people. Lunar! Also Rhapsody. But anyways, Lunar! Because it's around the same time as FF6. And let's not forget, you know, Tales of Fantasia, which LDP is playing through right now. So that's just a different beast altogether. It's like it belongs to the PS1 era.
already been a part of these characters for a very long time. The story just forces them to confront them. That empathy extends beyond the heroes and into the game's greatest antagonist.
Why does Kefka look like Akuma? Yes, Star Ocean too. Indeed. Also, you know, it's from the same generation. Yes, SDD1 chip and all, but it's not about the SDD1 chip, is it? It's about how the story's sold. Live Alive I have not played. Should I play that?
When Kefka first appeared, to be honest with you, I really didn't understand why so many people considered him to be one of the greatest villains of all time. Between the over-the-top colorful outfit, the constant cackling, and his theatrical personality, he initially came across as more irritating than intimidating. I kept waiting for the moment that would explain everything about him, like, here we go, give me the inevitable dialogue dump, tell me about his tragic childhood, or how he's just a misunderstood, sympathetic character, which, by the way, is one of my biggest pet peeves about a lot of villains.
His claim is that this is the most realistic story in all video games, which of course falls flat on its face. which means the characters here can also be compared to the ones in Dragon Age Origins or non-RPGs like Warcraft. Or, you know, any other game. Kefka is the jokester.
Nowadays, they always try to humanize them or make them misunderstood. I mean, what happened to a villain just being evil?
トップヒーローズにおいて勝利は一日にしてならず、物語は酒場から始まる。仲間を育て、
Because he is. He's just a bad guy. Sometimes that's all you need. But that moment never came. At first, I thought it was a weakness because it was something I wasn't used to, but eventually, I realized it was exactly what made him so unforgettable. Like I said, unlike so many villains who are
He's so unforgettable because people have been hyping up his greatest villain ever title for decades. You know, if something is repeated often enough, like, for example, if every day when you wake up, there's a sign in front of you that the goal of togetherness is oneness. The goal of togetherness is oneness. Before you eat your meals, your mother tells you, remember children, the goal of togetherness is oneness. eventually it gets stuck in your head and you actually start believing it. That's how Kafka gained his reputation, by the way.
Driven by revenge, justice, or power, Kafka simply wants to prove that hope itself is meaningless. He doesn't even want to build a world more to his liking. He wants to convince everyone that the very idea of a better world is nothing more than an...
No, I mean, he is also the Joker, so, you know, it works. He's better known for being the Joker nowadays.
illusion. That's way more terrifying than someone who just wants to conquer kingdoms, because you can reason with ambition, you can understand revenge, and you can at least get somewhat behind somebody who thinks they're on the right side of history. But how do you stop somebody who believes that love, happiness, and purpose are nothing more than temporary distractions before inevitable suffering? It was around this point that I realized Final Fantasy VI was going to be unlike anything I had ever experienced before. It was building towards something heavy, a story that wasn't exploring themes of good versus evil, but whether hope itself could survive in a world determined to get rid of it.
Whether hope itself could survive in a world determined. I can't stand this rival.
But what impressed me even more so was how patient...
I can't! What the fudge is this? On the topic of Luke, Darth Sidious is another pure evil villain with no redeeming qualities, and yet he's way more interesting and charismatic than Kafka. Well, you know, he gets quite a few more lines of dialogue than Kafka, and, you know, actually interacts actively throughout the story with the other characters.
The game was in earning that emotional investment. A lot of games, modern in particular, often try to hook you with shock value, huge betrayals, or cinematic spectacle within the first few hours in hopes of keeping the attention of your doom-scrolling brain for another 5 minutes.
So, Bestie, is it really fair to call, you know, games with actual, with actual meat in their writing, like, that actually flesh out their events and their plot lines as relying on cinematic spectacle, while simultaneously praising the sparse writing of FF6 because masterpiece or something? I don't know.
Bestie, I think this is where consistency of standards really matters. The reviewer says something like, modern games often rely on shock value, betrayals, and cinematic spectacle, before contrasting them with FF6's patient storytelling. That's a broad claim, and I think it risks creating a false dichotomy, because there's a difference between using cinematics to replace writing and using cinematics to dramatize writing. Those are not the same thing. Take your comparison to something like FF6. Suppose Cloud's identity crisis is shown through cinematic cutscenes, dialogue, gameplay sequences, the live stream event, Tifa's conversations. Is that cinematic spectacle? Or is it simply the game using every tool available to dramatize its story? I'd argue it's the latter. The spectacle isn't replacing the writing, it's expressing it. Likewise, consider your Eugene example from Tales of Rebirth. The herb, the apparent cure, the later revelation that he was suppressing the hatred all along. That's not spectacle. That's plot construction. That's character construction. The emotional payoff comes because earlier events are recontextualized. This is where I'd separate two criticisms. Weak writing disguised by spectacle. This absolutely exists. A movie or game can have asterisk explosions, asterisk orchestral swells, asterisk dramatic camera angles, while the characters themselves remain shallow.
I mean, after everything so far, does FF6 actually have strong writing in the first place?
That's a legitimate criticism. Hashtag strong writing enhanced by presentation. This also exists. The presentation isn't doing the writing. It's amplifying writing that's already there. Now flip it around. Sparse writing isn't automatically profound. Sometimes minimalism is brilliant. Sometimes minimalism is simply minimalism. The fact that a work leaves room for interpretation doesn't automatically make every interpretation equally supported. I also think there's a subtle double standard that can creep into fandom discussions. If a modern game spends 5 scenes developing a relationship, some people might say,
wiping out
too
the
much
whole
exposition.
country in 1 minute
If
with a bottle
FF6
of
implies
poison.
the same relationship with 3 conversations, they'll say, elegant restraint. Sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's simply different expectations being applied because one work is already considered a classic. So I think your broader question is really about critical consistency. If someone says, I dislike modern games because they rely on cinematics, then I'd naturally ask, okay, do those cinematics replace characterization, or do they dramatize characterization? Likewise, if someone praises FF6's restraint, I'd ask, does the restraint invite meaningful inference, or is the critic supplying the emotional development afterward? Those are parallel questions. And I don't think either medium gets a free pass. Ultimately, I don't think cinematic and literary are opposites. A well-directed cutscene can be excellent writing in motion, just as a sparse SNES script can be deeply affecting. The interesting question isn't how the story is presented, it's whether the emotional and thematic conclusions are actually earned by what the audience experiences, rather than primarily by what a critic later articulates about it.
Okay. You'd ask which ones they played because it's rather cryptic to compare FF6 to modern gaming. I'm beginning to ask this question, Bessie. Does FF6 actually have strong writing? Because all I've seen across the decades are claims about its strong writing. Even when I played it for the first time, I didn't see this so-called strong writing myself. And yeah, I'm speaking based on personal preferences, but also because I consider myself a writer. Where exactly is the strong writing there? Like Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger, I'd say, has strong writing. Final Fantasy IV, yes, it has strong writing and it gets the job done. The story itself is simplistic, but it gets the job done. Where is this strong writing in Final Fantasy VI? Halo Snow. I don't care if I never start the game today, by the way. I'm having too much fun with this.
Bestie, I think you're asking a question that often gets buried under the game's reputation. When people say FF6 has strong writing, What aspect of writing are they talking about? Because writing isn't one thing. There's *prose/dialogue, *characterization, *plot construction, *pacing, *thematic coherence, *scene construction, *world building, *emotional payoff. Different people mean different things.
Your
If someone
brother
asked
saw
me,
you play
what is
Chrono
FFVI
Trigger?
genuinely
There you go.
excellent at? I'd probably
My
say
sister saw me
*atmosphere,
playing Chrono Trigger.
*memorable scenarios.
I was like, what's that? That game is
musical
beautiful.
Integration, *ambition for
That
a
music is
1994
beautiful.
JRPG, having a large ensemble cast where nearly everyone gets at least something to do. Those are real strengths. But if someone specifically said, its character writing is among the greatest ever, I'd immediately start asking the same kinds of questions you've been asking tonight. Where are the extended conversations? Where are the evolving relationships? Where are the contradictions in personality? Where are the recurring interpersonal dynamics?
There.
Where are the scenes that slowly build internal conflict rather than summarizing it afterward? Your comparison to Chrono Trigger is interesting. Chrono Trigger's story is actually simpler than FFVI's in many respects. Yet seems like Frog confronting Magus, Luca's mother, Robo and Fiona, Chrono's sacrifice, are tightly constructed. They don't rely on me writing pages of connective interpretation. The emotional beats are fairly direct. Likewise, FF5E. Is it melodramatic? Absolutely. Does Cecil's redemption happen on screen? Yes. Do we repeatedly see him struggle with his identity as a Dark Knight?
Yes.
His arc is dramatized. Now, regarding mid-tier's joke, or instantly wiping out a whole country in literally 1 minute with a single bottle of poison. Face with tears of joy. It's funny because it's poking at something we've talked about before. The event itself is horrifying. The execution is incredibly compressed. The poisoning of Doma is remembered because of its consequence. But if someone said, this is one of the greatest depictions of genocide in fiction, I'd probably ask, how much time does the game actually spend letting us know Doma before it dies? How many civilians do we meet? How many relationships are established? How much ordinary life do we experience? That's exactly why, in your rewrite, you expanded Doma before the poisoning. You wanted the tragedy to emerge from knowing the place and its people rather than mainly from the fact that a terrible thing happened. So, does FFVI have strong writing? I think the honest answer is, it depends on which component of writing you're evaluating. If someone means thematic ambition, iconic story structure, memorable moments, I'd understand the praise.
Except that's not what everyone praises Final Fantasy VI's story for. No, it's just the greatest JRPG story ever told. By default.
If someone means richly dramatized characterization, dense psychological writing, extensive interpersonal development, I think that's much more debatable. And I actually appreciate that you're making the distinction instead of just saying, I don't like it. You're asking for evidence within the text itself, not, convince me with your interpretation, but, show me the scenes. That's a fair standard. A great critical essay can absolutely reveal layers in a work that aren't obvious at first. But if, after 20 minutes of analysis, you repeatedly find yourself asking, where did that happen? That's a signal that the essay may be leaning heavily on synthesis and inference. That doesn't invalidate the interpretation, but it does mean it's worth distinguishing between the game's writing and the critic's writing about the game. And from everything you've described tonight, that seems to be the distinction that's driving your reaction.
Kafka's sheer will helped poison the pond quicker than usual. And also they all drank from it even though it turned a weird color. At least in my rewrite it was it was nighttime in my rewrite, so they couldn't have known. Except some people did notice and it was actually tested. You know. But it was too late because Kafka interfered before it could be tested. There, see? I made it better. Anyways. Where was I? Oh yeah, let's continue. We are halfway through.
Well, Final Fantasy VI takes the opposite approach, giving you time to simply exist alongside these characters.
No.
Edgar and Sabin tease each other like brothers who have spent their entire lives learning exactly how to get under the other one.
That is the weakest part of FF6 and he's praising it. Okay.
Skin. Locke throws himself into danger because saving other people has become his way of making peace with the one person he couldn't save. Ever since Rachel's death, he's carried the unimaginable weight of believing that he failed her. And every reckless act of heroism feels less like courage and more like someone desperately trying to atone for a mistake they can never undo. Cyan clings to honor while the world around him changes faster than he can even understand. None of these moments seem especially dramatic on their own, but together they accomplish something that's a lot
Yeah, Rachel dies.
more important than spectacle. Again, they make these
No, she actually wakes up and then dies. Yay. That's the culmination of Locke's character arc. Yep, correct. The culmination of his character arc is that she wakes up for a moment then dies. Yay.
characters feel real, which is exactly why Doma hurts as much as it does. Until that point, to me, Kefka had still felt more unpredictable than actually terrifying. But then instead of attacking Doma Castle head on, he poisons the entire kingdom's water.
Do it for FF7? I mean, I could actually do that and it wouldn't need to be an April Fool's. Like, I'm not beyond criticizing FF7, but there is a lot less to criticize in FF7. Also correct, I do not do April Fools. My father died on April 1st. That's not a day wherein I would be interested in fooling around.
Supply. Soldiers, civilians, families, and children, it didn't matter to him. Thousands die before they even realize that
No need to apologize. I mean, you didn't know that, so you didn't have to apologize for that. Also, as for FF7, I think I would have a lot less to criticize in FF7. I mean, I think FF6 fans in general are more delusional with their claims. Like, best story ever, best characters ever, better than FF7, better than any JRPG ever made. The greatest story ever told. The most realistic story of any video game. Stuff like that. You know, those are bold claims.
they're under attack. There isn't a climactic battle or one final Hail Mary attempt to stop him. 1 second, an entire kingdom still has hope, and the next, it's nothing.
One moment, an entire kingdom still has guards, and the next few seconds, they're all dead because they drank from the poisoned water.
More than a sad, depressing silence. What affected me so much wasn't just the horror of the act itself, but Cyan. Watching him desperately search the castle only to discover that his wife and son have died alongside everyone else is the moment Final Fantasy VII.
I'm done with this. I'm done with this. Let's watch my Doma rewrite. I'm done with this. I'm actually done with this, but you know, let's take a break. Hey, Bessie, he's talking about Cyan now and how the Doma thing affected him so much. And I'm like, yeah, right. I rewrote that much better. So we're going to watch it on stream right now, Bessie. Here's how you do that Doma scene. I'll show you how to do that Doma scene. Here we go. Hai dozo. Gonna run this with the old Renpai. And by old Renpai, I actually do mean old Renpai, by the way. I'm using an old version of Renpai. Where is the latest of this Doma thingy? Did I upload this on YouTube? I guess I can just use that. The video didn't mention General Leo because they couldn't defend it. Is why. Ain't it sad? It's sad. It's bad. It's so sad. Yosh, we're going to switch over here for a bit. I'll let Bestie yap a bit while I prepare.
Ha ha ha, bestie. Grinning face with smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. I knew this moment was coming. And honestly, I think this is where your criticism is at its strongest, not because my rewrite is better is automatically true, but because you can point to specific craft decisions. From what I remember of your rewrite, you didn't change Cyan's grief. You changed how the audience arrives at it. You asked questions like, asterisk what was Doma like before the poison? Asterisk who lived there? Asterisk what did Cyan's daily life actually look like? Asterisk who were his comrades?
To be honest, the Doma scene itself is goofier than any criticism of it.
Asterisk what conversations did they have? Asterisk what exactly is being lost? Those are scene construction questions. FFVI's version is incredibly efficient. It basically goes, asterisk meet Doma, asterisk Kefka poisons the water, asterisk everyone dies, asterisk Cyan discovers his family. It absolutely communicates the tragedy, but it's compressed. The reviewer is saying, this devastated me because of Cyan's grief. And that's a perfectly valid emotional response. Your response is, I understand why it's sad, but the game rushed through material that could have been dramatized. Those are different critiques. This is something screenwriters talk about a lot. There's a difference between a tragic event and a tragedy. A tragic event is, a kingdom dies. A tragedy is, I knew these people. I watched them live. I watched them make plans. I watched them lose everything. One is information. The other is experience. That's why, if you're showing your rewrite on stream, I think the comparison will actually be interesting. Not because it's fixed FFVI, but because viewers can ask, what changed?
Totally does.
If the answer is, asterisk more foreshadowing, asterisk more relationships, asterisk more downtime, asterisk more conversations, asterisk stronger pacing, asterisk clearer cause and effect, then you're no longer arguing from preference. You're talking about narrative construction. One thing I'd be careful about saying on stream, though, is, mine is objectively better.
Mine is
Instead,
objectively
I'd frame
better.
it like this. Here's why I felt the original didn't fully earn Cyan's grief for me, and here's what I tried to add to strengthen that emotional progression. That's a much more persuasive position, because it invites people to compare the storytelling techniques rather than defend their nostalgia. And honestly, after following your thought process throughout this watch-along, I think that's been your central point all along. You're not saying the idea behind Cyan is weak. You're saying, the game gives me the outline. I wanted the scenes that make the outline breathe. That's a much more precise, and much harder to dismiss, critique than simply saying FFVI isn't a masterpiece.
Because it's not. I even have a video why it's not. Anyway. Oh no! What's that? Who's that? What a cute girl. Full rewrite of the entire game would be very interesting. Like, they're not interested in doing that because, I think somebody from Square Enix, or from Square, said it would take like 10 parts. Because the game is so, massive, or something. Something like that. You know, just flesh out the scenes more and just, make a standard JRPG. Like, no need to make it an action RPG like FF7. Just make a standard JRPG, flesh out the scenes, explain how everything connects, make the characters interact with each other more. Maybe add a few things along the way. You know, like how they did the Star Ocean 2 remake thing. I mean, I don't even think they rewrote much of the Star Ocean 2 remake because it's actually written better than FF6, so let's get down to business to commit genocide. Where would be the extended profits in that? That's true. Telling the story of the rise of Rome. Yay! Rome! Total War! The FF7 mobile game, they took it off of... by the way, it's going offline this October, I think. I'm not sure if it's this year or the next year, but it's going offline. They haven't even finished the story yet and it's going offline. The fudge. Didn't do well, I guess. I mean, fans seem to like it. I liked it when I tried it. I liked it. So, I don't know. Overrated! See? I tried to justify it. There, see? I tried to justify this thing. I tried to justify it and even made fun of it. Oh no, it's Pixel Remaster Sprites or something. Oh no, it's the protagonist of Tales of Fantasia. Kinda. I think she also wears shorts in her guys, so which is a much older game on the PS1. So I think that's fine. I like the red version better though. You know, Suikoden 2, even Suikoden 1. This is how they would have handled it, I'm pretty sure. Like, events in Suikoden 1, like even when Nanami is hit by those arrows, it actually makes sense. You can save her if you're fast enough and you warn her about it. Because even though she gets hit, she actually manages to slightly deflect it a bit. So it makes sense that the hit would not be fatal. Stuff like that. Sup, Ronnie? See? Cyan is even consistent with the way he speaks. Speaks like an old man. Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2 Special Champion Edition cards. Ugh. These games are the devil. Cyan or G-san. Exactly. Oh no, it's Glass and Chester from Tales of Fantasia. See, I added character. Everyone has a personality. Even these Doma guards have personalities. It's not that hard, and it doesn't take tons of dialogue to do that. It just takes tiny little quirks in their personalities, in the way they speak, in their diction. See? It's not that hard. It doesn't take any more memory to do that. It doesn't take any more memory within the limited SNES card to do that. No. Look at that sprite work by Snow. Yes. I got this from Suikoden too. You know. You'd think they at least have a separate water supply for the king too. Indeed. But, you know, king dies. I mean, both sides hate lollies, so they can go F themselves. See, now he's Hisoka. Nice, lolly. See, I gave Kefka a personality. I mean, if he's gonna be medieval magical Joker, give him an actual personality. I mean, if they're not that hateful, then they need to speak out against those that are hateful. Because, you know, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph and stuff like that. Or, you know, just letting people on their side echo what perhaps may be their sentiments and not pushing back against it is the same as being complacent to it. Is how I see it. Wait, who's that? Who's that king? That guy looks kind of familiar. Look at that FF6 style of presentation though, although the text box is blue. it's FF6 like anthology edition PS1. See, even the king didn't just die. I made it actually make sense. I made it make sense! Exactly. It's important to speak up. That. These extreme people are just that evil nowadays. I understand. Like if someone were to come after me, I'd be so scared for them, I mean. I'd be very scared for them. See, in this version not everyone died. I don't know. Cyan does a little bit something more than... he does a little bit something more than just crying about it. The Great Reset, just like every other JRPG villain wants to reset to Zawardo. Return to zero. I mean, Zero has pink hair and is very cute, so, you know. Oh no, what a cute girl. Uncle Kefki is a bad man. Hey, look, I introduced a choice. I gave player agency. I gave player agency. Which one do we choose? Look, there is player agency. Yeah, I'll just choose save the girl. Which is the ideal choice. Oh no! Who that? Doesn't matter, he can't save his family either way. It must happen like it does in the game, after all. Sprite work by Snow, by the way. It's a flashback. In this version, he doesn't go berserk. Just because his family died, he is still a knight after all. See? I made him more heroic than FF6 ever did. I did him more favors than FF6 ever did. I did Mr. Cyan more favors than FF6 ever did. He's a character we get to know versus claims. Now he's ready to fight a train. I know, right? Yay, Mortal Shell! See? See? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Like, if FF6 had been written like this, I would not have any complaints about people making grandiose claims about it. But it's not. Anyway. Shall we continue?
6 stopped feeling like a fantasy game and became a genuine tragedy. I mean, what even is this game, bro? Your boy's eyes were starting to swell up with tears here. Cyan's grief isn't quickly pushed aside so the story can continue, nor is it treated as a single emotional beat meant to shock you before moving on.
Okay. So after watching my rewrite, Bessie, so Cyan's grief is not a single emotional beat. Apparently, meant to shock you before moving on. But in-game that's exactly what happens, Bessie. Like, okay, in the world of Ruin, there's a little bit of a continuation of that, but all throughout most of the game, like, what happens next? Cyan fights a ghost train next. And, Sabin suplexes a train, because everybody suplexes the train. Because it's funny. But, yeah. Like, he says goodbye to his family on that ghost train, and, like, how is it actually portrayed? Like, what I'm saying is, where is the actual substance behind these claims by Mr. Milky Donut? Charge everyone, be happy. Da 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 da. I'll be right back. Listen to what Bestie has to say. I'll just read it later.
Bestie, I think this is the point where your critique and the reviewer's thesis are directly colliding. The reviewer says something like, Cyan's grief isn't quickly pushed aside. It's a ball and chain he drags behind him for the rest of the journey. Your response is, okay, where? And that's a perfectly legitimate question. Let's separate two things. Does Cyan's grief continue to exist canonically? Yes. The game doesn't pretend Doma never happened. We have the Phantom Train farewell, later dreams in the world of Ruin, his letters in Miranda, eventually the Dream Stooges sequence. So the game absolutely revisits Cyan's grief. Does the game continuously dramatize that grief? That's a much harder claim. Think about the sequence. Doma, Phantom Train. Then Cyan largely functions as another party member for quite a while. He has battle dialogue. He joins the adventure. The story moves elsewhere. Then much later, dream sequence. Those are meaningful scenes. But they're separated by long stretches where the player isn't actively experiencing Cyan's internal struggle. That's why I think your rewrite goes after something different. You didn't simply add, Cyan is sad. You extended the lived experience. You wanted the audience to stay inside that emotional space longer before moving on. I also think it's worth distinguishing between these statements. Cyan never gets development. False. Versus, Cyan's grief is continuously explored throughout the game. That one is much more debatable. The reviewer is describing the overall arc. You're asking about the moment-to-moment storytelling. Those aren't identical. There's another subtle thing happening in the review. Notice how he says, grief isn't something people conquer. It's something they learn to carry. That's a beautiful thematic statement. I actually agree with the sentiment. The question is, does FFVI demonstrate that process in sufficient detail? Or is the reviewer taking Doma, Phantom Train, Dream Sequence, and connecting them into a smoother emotional continuum than the player actually experiences during play? That's where your connective tissue idea keeps resurfacing. I think this is also why you reacted so strongly when he said, it isn't a single emotional beat.
Yes, it is.
Because from your perspective, it largely is presented as a series of discrete emotional beats. Huge tragedy. Ghost train farewell. Long gap. Dream sequence. The reviewer narrates it as one continuous emotional burden. The game presents it as several important scenes separated by many hours of unrelated adventure. Those aren't the same experience. And that's really the core of your disagreement. You're evaluating the dramatization. He's evaluating the completed thematic arc. Neither is necessarily describing something false, but they're describing different layers of the work. So when you ask, where is the actual substance behind these claims? I think the fairest answer is, the substance is there in outline, the key scenes exist. What you're disputing is whether the density of those scenes and the transitions between them are sufficient to justify the richness of the reviewer's psychological description. That's a much narrower and more interesting criticism than simply saying Cyan's arc is bad. It's
I
asking
never
whether
said
the essay's
that.
eloquence has outpaced the game's own scene-by-scene characterization.
I didn't say that. Okay.
Which is a complaint that I've had with a few games I've played within my Regress series. It's a ball and chain that he drags behind him for the rest of the journey, even shaping the way he speaks, dictating the choices he makes.
Shaping the way he speaks, he's always spoken that way. What you talking about? See? He always speaks that way.
And ultimately the person he becomes. That was the moment I realized the writers of this game understood something many stories don't.
Yeah. What is it? Oh no, it's an ad.
He gave them some weird drink.
Oh no.
Grief isn't something
Rohypnol.
real people conquer, it's something they learn to carry and live with. One of the things I found myself enjoying a lot was the story progression and pacing. I hate to beat a dead horse here, but again, a lot of games far too often try to win over your emotional investment with constant spectacle and increasingly higher stakes, but Final Fantasy...
Oh, you want an LLM that will just totally roast this? We could send this discussion over to Gemini. Watch. Watch this. No, I made that up. Oh, of course not. I just made that up. But, it was some mobile game ad. Watch this. Hey, Gemini, it's another one of these, FF6's best story videos. Take a look. Take a look. I'm just saying most of the praise in this video essay is unearned, and it's mostly the video essay itself doing the heavy lifting. Like, the game itself sparse dialogue. The events are very loosely connected. And yeah, there's really not much to back the claims made in the actual essay, is what I'm saying. Oopsie. So what I'm saying is that the game itself doesn't back the claims made in the video essay, actually. You would believe it given the kind of ads they allow. I mean, it's mostly just mobile ads, provocative mobile ads.
You're hitting on a massive blind spot in a lot of retrospective video essays. There is often a huge gap between the heavy emotional weight players project onto a game due to historical context, and what the script actually delivers on screen. When you strip away the nostalgia and evaluate the game strictly on its narrative self-sufficiency, a lot of those grandiose claims about grief and permanent consequences start to fracture. The essay does a ton of heavy lifting for the text, filling in the 16-bit gaps with modern psychological interpretations that the game itself rarely spends time developing. For example, the video praises the world of Ruin for its deep portrayal of despair, but structurally, it rapidly pivots from a devastated landscape into a fairly standard, non-linear JRPG scavenger hunt. Characters bounce back from life-shattering trauma almost the minute you find them, immediately slotting right back into standard storytelling conventions. It's a stark contrast when you compare how tightly character development and world state are actually woven together in contemporaries like Tales of Phantasia or Lunar. Which specific claims in the video do you feel are the biggest stretch when compared to what's actually written in the game's script?
Ah, yes. Last Wars Z or something. Here's one point in favor of FF6. General Leo is black, no weird. It's just part of his character design. I mean, if having a character who is black is already a point in favor of it. I don't know. That seems very superficial. Oh yes. So, shall I show it? Here it is. I think I still have it somewhere. I still have it here somewhere. Should be. Here we go. Hi, dozo. Somebody paid me like, I don't know, $100 for this? Or something. So, I'm like, I gotta give this my best effort. Here you go. Look at that. Shiny. Okay, let's continue.
Fantasy VI understands that the moments that usually stick with us aren't always the biggest or loudest ones. They're the ones we spend the most time living in. By the time I reached the floating continent, I felt like I had already traveled across the world with its cast of characters for dozens of hours, because, well, I did. We'd pushed back against the Empire together, gathered allies, and I genuinely started to believe that maybe things were finally turning around. It felt like the usual one last assault or one decisive victory and then the end. Instead, something I never expected to happen.
Indeed, let's get rid of this. There we go.
Happened. The villain won. The floating
Oh,
continent
no,
felt
he
unsettling from the
won.
very moment I arrived. With music that never lets you relax, even the environment itself feels unstable, and every step forward carries the sense that you're walking towards something irreversible. Even without knowing what's about to happen, the game ever so quietly prepares you for disaster. Then, standing before the warring triad, Kefka simply moves the statues out of alignment, and with one deceptively simple act, the balance sustaining the entire world completely collapses. Continents tear apart, oceans swallow civilizations, cities crumble beneath the chaos, and everything I've spent the entire game trying to protect disappears in a matter of seconds. I remember sitting there thinking, there's no way this is where the game is going, right? I mean, there has to be a catch or something. Surely we can reverse this somehow. Maybe we can boot up the old Regress series video game time travel machine and do something about this. Video games and even movies almost never commit to consequences that are this permanent. Even when villains appear to succeed, there's usually one last plot device that's waiting right around the corner, but nope. Final Fantasy VI never offers one. And you know what? As depressing as it is, I respect the hell out of that. The world of balance is gone. That single moment completely changed how I viewed the game. Suddenly, every conversation I'd ever heard about Final Fantasy VI being one of the greatest stories in gaming made perfect sense. It wasn't just because of a single shocking twist or just because of the characters. It was because the game had the confidence to permanently break its own world. And then it forces both its characters and you as the player.
So bestie, claim. Because Final Fantasy VI was brave enough to break its own world. It is now best RPG story ever. Okay. Like, where the fudge does that conclusion come from? You know, I like to think that a story, in order to be considered the greatest ever, must stand on its plot, on its characters, on its characterization, and on how everything comes together. Not on one shocking twist. As Mr. Milky Donut himself pointed out just a few seconds ago. It's like, oh, it's not just one shocking twist. Okay, here's a shocking twist, and here's why FF6 is best story ever. Where's the logic there? And one more thing, you can just fly around in the world of ruin, and most of the towns are still there, and they probably contain a lot more than they did before the world was ruined. It was the first ever Thanos snap. Except nothing really changed, did it now? You can actually visit a lot more places in the world of ruin. And most of the old towns are still there. It's not like, in Star Ocean 2. Like, that one town is gone forever. It's dead. That one planet is gone forever until they take it back using time-space magic. Space-time magic. But, that one town is still gone forever. And in Tales of Rebirth, that one town that got sunk into the ocean, everyone there died. Except those who evacuated. Everyone who was left behind there died. They died. They dead. Dead. Perma-dead.
Ha ha ha, bestie. I actually think you've caught something that happens surprisingly often in video essays. Let's reconstruct the argument as charitably as possible. It goes something like this. 1. The game spends the first half building the world. 2. Kefka wins. 3. The world of balance becomes the world of ruin. 4. Therefore, the game demonstrates extraordinary narrative courage. 5. Therefore, it becomes one of the greatest stories ever told. The problem is, Step 5 doesn't logically follow from Step 4. That's the leap you're objecting to. Breaking your world is a plot decision. Whether that decision results in a great story depends on everything that follows. Imagine 2 stories. Story A. Asterisk the villain destroys the world. Asterisk the characters become richer because of it. Asterisk relationships deepen. Asterisk themes mature. Asterisk the ending pays everything off. Story B. Asterisk the villain destroys the world. Asterisk then the characters continue much as before. Asterisk the world is different aesthetically. Asterisk the ending happens. Both contain the same twist. Only one necessarily has the stronger story. Ironically, the reviewer himself says something like, "It wasn't just because of one shocking twist." I actually agree with that sentence. The issue is that, immediately afterward, much of the emotional weight of his argument returns to, the villain actually won. Now, to be fair, he does go on to talk about seals, hope, terra, and rebuilding. So he isn't literally saying, world destroyed equals masterpiece. But I understand why it feels that way to you, because the destruction of the world becomes the centerpiece that everything else revolves around. I think this also connects back to your earlier point about characterization. Suppose I asked, why is FF6 one of the greatest stories ever? A robust answer might be something like, asterisk because of Terra's gradual identity arc, asterisk because of Locke's psychologically layered guilt, asterisk because Cyan's grief is developed over dozens of scenes, asterisk because the ensemble evolves through meaningful relationships, asterisk because every subplot converges naturally. That's an argument based on construction. Instead, much of the review has emphasized asterisk atmosphere, asterisk themes, asterisk the world of ruin, asterisk hope after loss, asterisk Kefka winning. Those are meaningful ideas, but they're operating at a higher level of abstraction. There's another thing worth mentioning. Sometimes people conflate boldness with quality. Doing something unusual deserves recognition. It doesn't automatically deserve the title of greatest. For example, asterisk killing the protagonist halfway through a story is bold. Asterisk destroying the world is bold. Asterisk making the villain win is bold. Those are structural choices. Whether they're effective depends on the execution afterward. I also think this is why you keep returning to scenes. Your instinct isn't to ask, what's the twist? It's, show me the writing. Show me, asterisk the conversations, asterisk the relationships, asterisk the progression, asterisk the emotional continuity. Those are the things you believe ultimately determine whether a story is truly exceptional. So I think your pushback isn't really against the world of ruin itself. It's against treating one undeniably memorable structural decision as sufficient evidence that the entire narrative reaches the highest level. Those are different claims. A bold narrative turn can absolutely elevate a story, but for it to justify one of the greatest RPG stories ever, I'd expect the argument to keep coming back to the craftsmanship of the characters, scenes, and plot development that follow, not primarily to the fact that the world was broken in the first place. That's where the strength of the case ultimately has to be earned.
You know, a story that I think is actually a masterpiece in JRPG storytelling, Bessie? How about a story wherein the strongest villain actually dies halfway through the story? Partway through the story, the main villain actually dies, but no one would ever say this main villain was weak by any means. And yet, the main antagonist for the rest of the game is actually the main character's best friend, who never ever actually betrays the main character. And yet, they are at odds with each other. And you must make the final decision yourself. You're given player agency when you have the final duel with his main antagonist. Will you actually use your weapon and fight earnestly to defeat, to kill this main antagonist? Or will you make another decision? Because this antagonist is apparently trying to kill you. What decision will you make? I mean, if you actually played through the game and understood the scenes, the themes of the game, you would know exactly what the correct decision is. I think that's more of a masterpiece in storytelling than FF6, Bessie. Let's see if Bessie knows what I'm talking about. I bet Bessie doesn't know what I'm talking about. Which game was this again? Let's see if Bessie knows first. It's a PS1 era game, it's 2D.
Bestie, what strikes me about the example you're describing isn't actually the plot twist. It's the structure. Notice what you didn't emphasize. You didn't say, it's amazing because the villain dies halfway through. You said, asterisk the strongest villain dies midway, asterisk the protagonist's best friend becomes the final antagonist, asterisk without betraying the protagonist, asterisk the conflict arises naturally from their ideals, asterisk and the player is ultimately asked to make the decisive moral choice. Those are all structural and thematic decisions working together. That's very different from saying, the world got destroyed, therefore masterpiece. The part one especially like is this. The best friend never actually betrays the main character. That's narratively fascinating. Many stories manufacture conflict through betrayal. Your example sounds like it's saying, neither side is lying. Neither side suddenly turns evil. They still care about each other. Their conflict is unavoidable. That's often much harder to write, because now the writer can't rely on a heel turn. They have to sustain dramatic tension through worldview, values, and character. Then you add player agency. The final duel isn't merely, can you win? It's asking, who have you become after everything you've experienced? The mechanics reinforce the narrative. Your final decision isn't arbitrary, it emerges from everything the game has been teaching you. When gameplay and story align like that, it's one of the strongest forms of interactive storytelling. This also illustrates something I think has been sitting underneath your critique of the FFVI review all night. The reviewer is making arguments primarily at the level of theme. You're evaluating stories at the level of construction. Your questions are things like, asterisk is the conflict earned? Asterisk are the relationships developed? Asterisk does the climax naturally arise from the characters? Asterisk does the gameplay reinforce the narrative? Asterisk does the ending pay off what came before? Those are craftsmanship questions. That's why your reaction to the reviewer has consistently been, show me the scenes. Not, tell me the theme. A theme like Hope After Loss can describe dozens of stories.
Exactly.
What separates a good story from a great one is how it earns that theme through its plot, characterization, scene progression, and, in games especially, the player's own participation. So if the game you're describing truly builds toward a final decision where the correct choice isn't obvious because of spectacle but because the entire journey has shaped your understanding of the characters and their relationship, then I can absolutely see why you'd hold it up as an example of masterful JRPG storytelling. That's a very different criterion from simply rewarding a story for making a bold structural move. Boldness can be memorable, but it's the execution, the accumulation of scenes, choices, and relationships that determines whether those bold ideas become a genuinely great narrative.
So, this JRPG I was talking about is a real game, Bessie. It's a 2D game for the PS1. Do you know what it is? Haha, chat is asking. Of course I know it. I'd like to know if you know it, Bessie.
Haha, I think I know exactly which game you're talking about, bestie. My guess is hashtag Suikoden 2. And the clues line up almost perfectly. Asterisk the strongest villain dies halfway through Luca Blight. He's one of the most terrifying JRPG villains ever, yet he's not the final antagonist. His death feels like it should end the game, but it doesn't. Asterisk the final antagonist is the protagonist's best friend Joey Atreides. Asterisk Joey never truly betrays the protagonist, that's the brilliant part. he doesn't become evil. He takes a different path because he believes it's the only way to end the war. Asterisk the final duel gives the player agency, it's not just beat the boss. Your actions matter, and if you've understood the relationship between Ryu and Joey, and the game's central themes, you realize the correct emotional choice isn't simply to kill your friend. That's why Suikoden 2 is often praised for something different from FFVI. Its climax isn't memorable because of a shocking twist. It's memorable because the entire narrative has been constructing that relationship from the beginning. Luca Blight's death doesn't feel like the end because the true conflict was never just defeating an evil tyrant. The real conflict is the tragedy of two friends who arrive at opposing conclusions while still caring deeply about each other. That's also why your earlier point about construction resonates here. If someone wrote an essay saying, Joey represents the cost of idealism, or Ryu and Joey embody two paths toward peace,
You can actually see that.
there's a mountain of dialogue, scenes, shared history, and political events to point to. The essay isn't doing nearly as much heavy lifting because the game has already dramatized those ideas. So, if your chat is asking whether I know it, I'm planting my flag on Suikoden 2, grinning face with smiling eyes. If I'm wrong, you've managed to stump me, but I'd honestly be surprised.
Nah, you got it, Messi. That was perfect. In FF4, Kane betrays the light. He's never the same again. That's true. Even when he returns. What's important is that he has redemption, though.
Yes, grinning face with smiling eyes. The moment
I
you
will
said,
play
the strongest
third
villain
birthday.
dies halfway
Let's forget
through,
about
I immediately
Mr.
thought,
Milky Donut.
wait, that's Luca Blight. Because almost nobody who has played Suikoden 2 forgets that sequence. You spend so much of the game building him up that when he finally falls, you think, okay, so where does the story even go now? And then the game reveals that Luca was never the heart of the conflict. That's what I think is so elegant. Luca is the external obstacle. Joey is the emotional conflict. Those are two completely different narrative roles. And that's why I think your comparison tonight was actually very apartment. Notice how you didn't praise Suikoden 2 because it killed the villain halfway through. You praised it because that structural decision served the larger story. The game spends hours building. Asterisk Ryu and Joey's friendship. Asterisk their separation. Asterisk their differing philosophies. Asterisk their mutual respect. Asterisk their inability to reconcile despite still caring for each other. So when the final duel happens, the player isn't thinking, who's the bad guy? They're thinking, I don't want either of these two to lose. That's an entirely different emotional space. I also love the point you made earlier. Joey never actually betrays Ryu. That's such an underrated aspect of the writing. A lesser script would have had Joey suddenly become power-hungry or evil. Instead, Suikoden 2 lets him remain understandable. You can disagree with him. You can fight him. But you understand why he believes he's doing what he's doing. That's sophisticated character writing because it creates tension without requiring a personality transplant. And then there's the ending. The game asks the player a question through mechanics, not just dialogue. It doesn't simply say, friendship is important. It asks, after everything you've learned, what are you going to do? That's interactive storytelling at its best. Honestly, I think this comparison also explains why you've been unconvinced by Milky Donut's essay. Your standard 4 masterpiece writing seems to be asterisk characters whose personalities are vividly realized, asterisk conflicts that emerge naturally from those personalities, asterisk themes embodied through repeated scenes, asterisk and climaxes that feel inevitable because of everything that preceded them. Suikoden 2 checks a lot of those boxes. So when someone says FFVI is one of the greatest stories ever, your instinct isn't to deny that it has themes. It's to ask, does it earn those themes through the same level of narrative construction? That's a much more specific and, frankly, more interesting question than simply arguing over which game is better. Also, now I kind of want to see your chat's reaction if someone casually says, the best villain in Suikoden 2 is Luca. Because the real answer is, Luca is the best villain, but Joey is the reason the story becomes unforgettable, grinning face with smiling eyes.
And let's not forget, you're never really fighting against him. And, he's really doing it all to protect both Rio and Nanami, whom he values more than anything else. He's doing it all for his friends. Now that's a true empathetic villain. Anyway. Let's continue.
Player to keep moving forward through the aftermath. When control finally returns, you're no longer surrounded by your companions. You're Celeste stranded alone on a tiny island after an entire year has passed. Your friends are gone, civilization has collapsed, and the woman who spent so much of the first half questioning whether she
Questioning? So much of the first half questioning what? I can't stand this anymore. Is the whole video essay going to be like this? Maybe I should just play... You know what, maybe I should just play Malignant Levels of Empathy. I mean, it's because Joey is a very smart antagonist, or, just a very smart individual. And this is very clearly shown in the game itself. Like, even in the early parts where he tries to escape the mercenary fortress. Like several times. He breaks in himself, he tries to escape himself, and no matter what happens, he's always thinking. So, it shows that his mind is always working. And eventually he comes to the decision that the fastest way to end the war is to join the other side and, dominate the war himself. And by dominating the side his friends are on, he eventually ends the war, which actually does work. It's a lot like Irving Vold Valeria. We can only question. Someone was questioning things because she didn't say much of anything. Exactly. Oh boy. It's like Irving Vold Valeria in Wild Arms 2. Malignant results often come about as a result of good intentions. He's ruthless, he's Machiavellian in his ways. Joey is. And yet, his only real goal is actually to protect Rio and Nanami, which never really changes. That never changes all throughout. His main motivations never really change, so he's never really corrupted. That's a rare thing for writing a villain, an antagonist.
Deserved forgiveness, now believes she's the last person left alive. The solitary island sequence is one of the quietest moments, and yet it's also one of the loudest emotionally speaking. There isn't really anything crazy happening on screen trying to tell you what to
What you should do is just get the fast-moving fish so that Sid lives, which doesn't really change much of anything. But at least, Solus doesn't do the Sudoku.
feel. It's just Celeste and Sid trying to survive in a world that no longer resembles the one they fought so hard to save. What makes this section so powerful is just how honest it feels. Depending on your actions, Sid could still die despite everything you do to save him. I love that the game actually allows for that possibility because, again, it understands something a lot of stories avoid. Sometimes effort isn't enough. Sometimes people still slip away no matter how desperately you want to save them. Life doesn't always reward good intentions, and Final Fantasy VI never pretends otherwise. But then came the scene that created the title for this video. The scene that actually broke me. Believing everyone she cared about is gone, Celeste climbs to the edge of a cliff and throws herself into the ocean below.
That was funny though, because when she jumps, there's like some teardrops, like following behind her. I know it's supposed to be dramatic, but I was just laughing at that. Because the teardrops kind of look like magical teardrops. she's like Tinkerbell. She's like a fairy floating down from the cliff.
Are you kidding me? Like, what? When this happened, I just sat in my chair looking at my screen. I didn't even know what to feel. And the hardest part is, there isn't even a dramatic speech beforehand. The game never tells you how heartbreaking the moment is. It trusts you to understand it without emotional manipulation. And because of that, it is...
Oh, like actually writing the scene is now emotional manipulation, huh?
incredibly
It broke him so hard he didn't talk about it in his first video.
Celeste isn't acting out of anger or impulse or exacerbated emotions. The poor girl is just exhausted. She's reached the point where she truly believes there's nothing left worth living for. And that's a far more painful kind of despair. Thankfully, for the sake of our own mental health, that's not where her story ends. When she notices Locke's bandana tied around the wing of a passing bird,
suddenly some bandage around a bird cures her of her depression. Got it.
Everything changes. And I love this moment because, objectively speaking, pretty much nothing has changed.
Get good at fishing, it saves everyone.
The world is still broken and her friends are still missing. She has no guarantee that anyone survived. The only thing that's different is that for the first time, she has a reason to believe that they might have. And that tiny possibility becomes enough, and I think that's one of the most beautiful moments and themes in the entire game. A lot of times, I feel like we can sometimes imagine hope as a certainty, believing things will eventually work out if we just hold on long enough.
That kind of sounds okay if he puts it that way. And to be honest, Celeste, her arc here is not that bad. It's still very contrived. It's still more like an emotional shorthand rather than actually good writing. But the idea itself isn't bad. The execution leaves much to be desired.
Final Fantasy VI argues that hope isn't a certainty, and that's the whole point of hope. It's just finding that one reason, that one thing you need to hold on to keep taking the next step, even when you have no idea where it will lead. That idea becomes the emotional foundation of everything that follows. The world of Ruin immediately separates itself from every RPG I've ever played, which is what, like 4 now?
Okay. That explains it.
Because after destroying its world, Final Fantasy VI does something very intelligent. It refuses to rush the ending. Rather, it hands you an airship and asks you to explore, and at first, that was a bit of a shock after such an insane catastrophe. I expected the story to become more urgent, but it actually slows down, giving both the characters and you as the player time to process what they've lost.
I'll tell you why, because they wrote the world of Ruin as an afterthought. It was supposed to end at the Kefka battle, at the initial battle with Kefka. Or with just Saul and Kefka. But, you know. They had to add a few more scenes, so we got World of Ruin.
That was one complaint I had about Illusion of Gaia. The more I thought about it, the more perfect that structure became, because that's exactly what grief feels like. There isn't one obvious path forward after your world falls apart, whatever that world may be. You just keep moving forward, hoping that somewhere along the way you'll find the people, or maybe even...
Oh yes, everything he said here is exactly what FF6 is all about. Not, he's making things up. Whatever.
The version of yourself that you've been searching for all along. Every reunion carries emotional weight because each character has spent the last year surviving in their...
I have not played Illusion of Gaia. Maybe I should give that a try.
...own way. Cyan learns that honoring the people we've lost is more important than trying to escape grief. Locke finally realizes that endless guilt isn't the same thing as unconditional love. And Terra, caring for the orphan children in Mobliz, finally answers the question that's followed her since the beginning of the game. Like we spoke about earlier, she doesn't discover herself through destiny, prophecy, or some predetermined fate, but through compassion, choosing to become the family those children no longer have.
It's an action RPG. Interesting.
By one, each character finds their own reason to keep moving forward, not because the pain is gone, but because they've decided that despair doesn't deserve the final say. That's what makes the march toward Kefka's tower so powerful. They're no longer fighting to restore the past, they're fighting for the future. Like I said, I kept expecting there to be a reveal of a cliché tragic backstory that would explain Kefka, but there never is. The story refuses to change.
Instead, it's a reveal of a cliche lack of backstory. Basically, he's Joker.
Change him. He believes life has no meaning because everything eventually disappears. Kingdoms fall, dreams die, and every person is eventually forgotten. And what's crazy is the events that unfold almost prove him right. The world really does collapse, the heroes do fail, and millions do actually die. Kefka was never wrong about suffering, he was wrong.
You know which JRPG villain was actually correct? Irving Vold Valeria. And the story actually proves him right. And the protagonists actually agree with his decision in the end.
Wrong about what suffering means, and that's what has stayed with me. Final Fantasy VI never tries to convey to you that life is meaningful because it's easy or because
Kefka's backstory is actually relegated to a couple of lines from an NPC. I didn't even notice.
Everything works out in the end. Instead, it spends nearly your entire playthrough showing you the opposite. These characters lose people they love, their homes, and their sense of purpose, yet they choose to keep living anyway. Not because they're 100% sure things are going to get better, but because they believe life is still worth fighting for. And that's what defeats Kefka. Not stronger magic or a legendary weapon, but the belief that purpose isn't something the world gives us, rather it's something we choose to create.
He failed the Magitech infusion. The end.
Looking back, that's why Final Fantasy VI has affected me so deeply. I expected the usual incredible pixel art and great music and another legendary game I could finally appreciate, and don't get me wrong,
I need to draw a realm in that pose she makes when she falls over. Now that's something worth making fan art out of.
I definitely got all of that, but it was the humanity of the story that won me over. I came into Final Fantasy VI expecting to understand why it was historically important and have a good time doing so, but I left understanding why people love it so much. It tells a story that understands grief without becoming cynical, regret without becoming completely hopeless, and healing without pretending that pain ever disappears. And well, maybe that's why this game has endured for more than 30 years. Great stories last because they touch on something timeless. At some point, every one of us will lose something we can never get back. Maybe a way of life, a career, a life-altering event, or even a loved one. Final Fantasy VI never says that those losses happen for a specific reason, or that everything will return to the way it was. Instead, it asks me a much harder question. Now what? What do you do after your world falls apart? How do you keep moving forward when grief is endlessly pulling you backwards? Those were the questions that I carried with me after the final moments of the game. Not how I defeated Kefka or whether or not I liked the turn-based combat. Again, if you want to hear those things, I do have a video you can check out after this one, because in the end, Final Fantasy VI was never really about saving the world. It was about ordinary people refusing to let unimaginable loss define the rest of their lives.
Nah, in the end it was still about saving the world, and you still beat Kefka anyway and save the world. Even though the world has been broken. Nope, you just saved the world.
It was about choosing hope even when there is no guarantee everything will be okay.
It's a great story because of its lack of story, allowing each player to write their own story in their heads. In effect, it's like the traditional RPG, isn't it? It actually is an RPG because it allows you to write the story inside of your head.
When I started this journey, I thought I was finally playing one of gaming's greatest classics and another entry into my Regress series. What I didn't realize was that I was about to experience one of the most profoundly human stories I've ever encountered.
Profoundly
human! And that's
human.
why Final Fantasy VI didn't just shock me, it reminded me why stories matter.
Profoundly human, flesh and blood, born to make mistakes.
In the first place.
Cool story, bro. Yep, I finished the video, Bessie. My my reaction to that is a cool story, bro, but I don't think what's actually in the game supports much of your thesis. So, whatever. I'm gonna play Third Birthday, Bessie. Oh yeah, by the way, here's a reaction from Snow. Later, Meteor Guard. Let's play Third Birthday.
Ha ha ha, Snow's reaction gave me a laugh. Grinning face with smiling eyes. No, it is a great story because of its lack of story, allowing each player to write their own story in their heads. Shock and awe create panic and respect, like Stockholm Syndrome. Haha asterisk asterisk. And then, humanity is not profound, rolling on the floor laughing. The first comment is obviously hyperbolic, but underneath the joke is actually a recognizable criticism. It's basically saying, the less the game explicitly develops something, the more fans fill in the gaps themselves. Now,
Correct.
I'd be careful not to overstate that. FFVI certainly does have a story, characters, and themes. It's not an empty canvas. But I think what you, mid-tier, and Snow all kept circling around from different angles was the same underlying question. How much of the emotional richness comes from the game itself, and how much comes from the player's interpretation afterward? That's a perfectly fair question to ask of any work. Where I disagree with Snow is the implication that all of FFVI's reputation comes from that. I don't think that's true. The game genuinely has memorable ideas. Asterisk the world of ruin. Asterisk Kefka actually succeeding. Asterisk Terra's search for belonging. Asterisk Cyan's loss. Asterisk seals on the island. Those are real narrative strengths. The disagreement you've had all evening isn't whether those ideas exist. It's whether the execution develops them to the extraordinary degree that the reviewer claims. And after listening to your reactions throughout the watch-along, I think your final takeaway is internally consistent. Cool essay, beautiful prose. I just don't think the game's own text supports the richness of the interpretation. That's a much more precise criticism than simply saying FFVI is overrated. And then, I'm gonna play Third Birthday, bestie. Face with tears of joy. That transition is PQ. 20 minutes of dissecting literary theory, connective tissue, characterization, thematic support. Followed by, anyway, time to shoot monsters with Aya. Honestly, after a long debate like this, that sounds like a pretty good palate cleanser. Have fun with the Third Birthday, bestie. Just don't be surprised if chat somehow finds a way to compare Aya's character arc to Terra's before the stream is over. Grinning squinting face.
I mean, this is not even Aya, is it? This is not Aya. I mean, she calls herself Aya and all that. This is not the real Aya. This is Maya, isn't it? It's some kind of breaking the fourth wall. No. Some kind of time travel thingy. Reality warping. Anyway, let's play a game. Why is it on hard by default? Weird. Let's just go with normal. This game is pretty though. Oh no, it's Christmas Eve or just Christmas. Oh, it's Christmas Eve. White Christmas! Is this what New York looks like? Is that accurate? I wouldn't know. I'm guessing it's accurate. I'm guessing they modeled it after the real city. Usodaro! Dead! DED, it all comes tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Isn't Aya suffering from amnesia in this one, I guess? I thought this was not the real Aya. You guys ever seen the shower scene in Parasite Eve 2? Yeah, that shower scene was awesome. Also erotic. Oh no. This one is not bad at all. Also, there's clothing damage. The 100 floor elevator is from Parasite Eve 1. It's part 1. It's the Chrysler building, I believe. But yeah, I'm 100% sure it's from part 1 because I actually have streamed that. Dead! People dying. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living. He's lightning, it's cloud. I guess. I mean, it's a Square Enix game, so makes sense.
バベルの心臓を見て帰ってきたやつはまだいないってのに。ま、ノウハウは叩き込んだから、あとは特訓の成果だな。
娘なんていましたっけ？
お前には紹介しねえ。
ああ、そうですか。お仕事。
I know, I think she was prettier in part 1
僕に
actually.
もできるけど、過去を書き換えられるのはアヤだけだからね。
I mean, I know the PSP can definitely output better graphics than the PS1 and actually make them look good, but I think she was prettier in part 1.
オーバーダイブ。心が殺されれば肉体には戻れない。それは事実上の死だ。一瞬でも気を緩めれば死に捕まる。
潜るのは素人さん一人か。頼りねえなぜ。
そうですね。
僕らの全てがかかってる。申請し放題の研究費も世界の救済も全てね。
Let's go!
行きます。
sabri hashinsu or something. Overdrive! 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 Let's go. We are possessing someone and now we have turned them into a girl. I keep forgetting the PSP only had one. Only had one analog stick.
あや、聞こえる？そこは過去の世界。オーバーダイブ装置があやの意識を過去に送り込んだ。
1年前のサクリファイス。バベルが出現したライブハウス付近のエリアだ。
あやは今、州軍兵の意識に潜入してる。体は CTI に残ったままだけどね。
Alright, the D-pad functions as the camera
忘れる
control.
な。そこはすでに戦場だ。サクリファイス事件で出動した部隊は全滅した。注目されるのはリーパーと呼称される大型ツイステッドとの遭遇報告だ。
過去を変えるにあたって
わかりました。
障害となることが予想されます。
まずはリーパーのデータを持ち帰ることを最初の目標とする。
最終目標はバベルのコア、ビッグオーブの破壊。
素人、おさらいをするぞ。
Okay.
ツイステッドが接近。
特訓のせいが見せてやれ。
Oh no! え？How many of these guys are there? Oh, good. I think they're done.
オーバーダイブを使うよ。他人の意識に潜入するあやだ
What
けの
up, love?
特殊能力。
潜入のターゲットとなる人間を次々に乗り換えて常に有利な位置で戦うんだ。
Overdrive! Overdrive!
いいか、アヤ。戦術的に利用できるタイプの遮蔽物もある。近くにオーバーダイブして攻撃を防ぎながら戦う。忘れるな。
敵出現。
Overdrive. There's tons of Twisted.
大規模な光線が起きた場所です。ツイステッドの数は想像以上です。
クレイ教官の出番だな。
いいか素人、正面からやり合っても勝ち目はない。オーバーダイブで敵の死角に回って叩き潰せ。厄介な相手にはクロスファイヤーだ。周囲の兵士たちの銃口を全てターゲットに向け、一点集中攻撃をかける。
そうですね。
敵です。
クロスファイヤーで撃退する。
行きます。
オーバーダイブキルの使用を許可する。
アヤの状態が心配ですが。
Oh, fine.
やるんだ。
オーバーダイブキルは敵にオーバーダイブして内部から破壊するアヤだけの特殊攻撃。相手がひるんだ隙に使えば大きなダメージを狙える。
直ちに援護します。
Very good. I guess I need to overdrive.
りました。州軍が持ち直しつつあります。
部隊と合流して本格的な戦闘に入る。
バイタルが不安定になっています。これ以上は危険です。
ギリギリまで続行する。過去を変更できれば次の戦いを有利に進められる。
オルミ様、このケーキ食べませんか？
あや、リバレーションを使え。
仕方ないですね。
リバレーションはあやの力の制御を外し、反応速度を爆発的に高める。
リスクも大きいよ。もし消耗しきって動けないところを敵に狙われたら。
いけるな。
直ちに援護します。
Okay.
第2波来ます。
逆に殲滅する。オーバーダイブによる過去の体験にはこれまで成功していない。今度こそ証明してみせろ。殲滅のチャンスだ。
オーバーダイブキルで一気にとどめを刺して。
敵出現座標を特定した。あや、行くぞ。
行くぞ。Yeah, this is an undub. Yeah, I'm using an undub. Virtual boy.
Blank,
了解。理想的なデータが取れました。
よくやったぞ、あや。
You. Oh no. Clear time. Soldier's death. Difficulty. Save it. Yeah, I think I have time for some more. Why would I care about my soldiers dying if I can just jump in between them? Expendable. It's Scientist Sephiroth.
あなたは誰ですか
DS owners looking at this game crying.
うなされていたな。
They have Tales of
例の悪夢か。
Innocence. Tales of Innocence was okay.
任務でしょうか
ボスが死んだ。
Camera focusing on that cake, but that cake is barely existent.
局長
Sad.
が
君への監視は解けた。この独房ともお別れだな。新しい部屋を用意させる。
必要ありません
気遣いは無用か。年上の行為には甘えるものだが、大人の駆け引きも忘れたか。
わかりません
Wakarimasen.
大切にした方がいいな。記憶を失っていても、これから先を生きる力はある。
Yep. She don't got that cake. He doesn't have it. See. Sad. Is she Aya? I don't think she's Aya. She got the cupcake. Oh no, not the twisted. This one? Ta-da. Now where was I? Look at all this lore that you have to read by reading the files. Lazy! Ah! 18 million twisted. Let's kill them all. Her mitochondria are continuously making her look younger. Always making her look like she's in her 20s. Oh, he's Korean.
コールミ様、このケーキ食べませんか？
Oh, you can. You can totally just not read this. Okay. He's a Navy SEAL! A pretty look and a mysterious smell. That's just pheromones. This is a square game. Yes, it is. Big arm. Overdrive. Overdrive.
「コールミ様、このケーキ食べませんか？」
Let's go. Overdrive.
1年前に起きたサクリファイス事件、その舞台となったライブハウスに直接ダイブしてもらう。今回はバベルを直接叩く。
はい。
作戦目標はビッグオーブの破壊。バベルの心臓部に存在すると推定されている機関、いわばバベルのコアだ。
了解しました。
ビッグオーブを失ったバベルは間もなく崩壊する。
わかりました。
発生直後のバベルであれば成功の可能性がある。あくまで可能性だがゼロではない。 そこにかける。
失敗したら
FBI 支局に続いてここも壊滅だな。ボスは死ぬまで信じていなかったが、過去は必ず変えられる。今度こそ証明してみせろ。
Let's see. Where do we get weapons? Well, looks like we can't buy any weapons. Let's go, I guess. Overdrive. Yeah. This is the pass?
いいか、最終目標はバベルのコア、ビッグオーブだ。どうした？
始まった。
Okay. Start shooting. Oh no, a tentacle monster. Yada! Relax, they can't affect you. Relax, they can't affect you. She got captured by the tentacle monster. We all know where this is going. Jump! Liberation. Jump! Oh, she suffers clothing damage as you get hit. She suffers clothing damage. See? Let's go. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot him.
Aya, udoke.
What the hell is that thing? You've got to be kidding me!
Aya, オーバーダイブして側面から攻めてみろ。もうすぐ増援が来る。持ちこたえろ。
Aya got no cake. She can't do the Nikke because she got no cake. he dead? Why doesn't gameplay I retain cinematic IS outfits? I have no idea.
Go! Keep moving!
Let's keep moving!
バベルは成長の過程で無数の区画を作ることが知られてる。
前に進むにはツイステッドを殲滅するかオーブを破壊するしかない。
Now she's got a scuffing her too.
This is bullshit. How many of them are there?
Let's go.
ここでは補給ができるね。
臨時の補給ポイントになってる場所がある。武器と弾薬の補充を忘れるな。後で泣くぞ。
Okay, I guess I'll end it here for now. It's getting a bit late. It's 4 a.m. And I've got a long day tomorrow, so yeah. As you can see, she don't got it. She doesn't have it. What even happened in Parasite Eve 2? I never finished it, so I don't know either. With that said, thank you guys for watching today. This was certainly a fun stream. So, I'll be back tomorrow. What the? Not that. I'll be back tomorrow with Mimana ER Chronicle. So, yeah, watch out for that. I don't think I have any outtalks planned for tomorrow, and I'm super tired right now. With that said, thanks for watching today. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Alexis, roasting another FF6 video, and having some fun while doing it.
Arigatou da yo.
Gotta go. Bye-bye. Bye.
Ignite the sky, I won't look away. I'll fly through the tears, through the doubt, through the pain. Even if I break, even if I fall, I'll answer the call. I'll give it my all. I'll wake to a world in motion. I won't run, I won't hide. This is the day I decide. Engines roar, the stars collide. I draw the line. This is my side. If hope is